And you're live, Your Worship.
All right, thank you very much, Kayla, and welcome all members of council and members of our staff to our Monday, December the 14th, 2020 council meeting. We just met in camera briefly, and we've now returned to open session here at 5:30. So we're looking forward to you joining us on this last scheduled meeting of 2020. I can't wait for 2020 to be over. I don't know about the rest of you guys. Let's move on to another year soon. So council, I'm going to go right to item number 2, which is our approval of the agenda. And I'll read the motion and look for a mover and seconder. Recommendation: be it resolved that council of the Township of Clearview hereby approve the agenda dated December the 14th, 2020 as presented. And I have a mover and seconder on the motion. Mr. Walker and Mr. Broderick. Any questions on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call the motion then. All those in favor? And the motion carries. Approval of the agenda. Item 3, disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Any members of council have a disclosure at this time regarding this meeting? I see we still have staff members joining us. That's always good. Glad to have you here. If there's a conflict that comes forward, please bring it up and we'll deal with it at that time. So item number 4 is our public participation period. As you know, council and the staff and members of the public participation is done by internet and email during this teleconferencing council meetings. And there is a link on our website to fill out the correct form to submit your public participation requests. So council, we have 2 requests. Item number 4.1 is a letter from Donna Bayless in regards to pandemic response. She's outlining her personal concern for the pandemic. I appreciate her comments. I do want to point out that the council and the township and the staff here are doing everything we possibly can to follow the direction of the medical officer of health for Simcoe Muskoka, and it would be the intention of this council to continue to do so. I don't believe that there will be any deviation from that, as frankly they are the experts in medical recommendations at this time. So thank you, Donna Bayless, for your input and your opinion. It's something that we are following here at this council very closely, obviously, as we get through this pandemic. And I saw the good news today that somebody in Canada actually received the first vaccination today. So that's perhaps good news looking forward. Item 4.2 is a letter from Christopher Dodd regarding Indigenous themed sports logos. This goes back to something that happened in the spring, and we have received a letter that asked us to remove Indigenous themed sports logos from our sports fields. I had a conversation with our recreation director, Mr. Terry Vachon, today, and he confirmed with me that we have in fact reviewed and removed Indigenous themed sports logos from around the recreational facilities and ballparks and so on. And yet we are still working on a policy. His department, he reported to me that he hopes that he will have time to get to this in the early part of 2021 to create a policy. And we would hope that that will come forward March, if not 1st of April of 2021, so that the municipality will actually have a policy in place regarding Indigenous themed sports logos. All right, so those are the 2 items that were on public participation. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Thank you. We'll look forward to hearing more from the public as we have future meetings. 2021, right around the corner. All right, Madam Clerk, we have item number 5. Ms. Fettis, we have item number 5, which is our deputation and presentation. Item 5.1 is Helen Martin. Is she joining us on the meeting here, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Ms. Martin is here, and I believe she will be speaking to council.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to check because I don't see her on my screen. So if Ms. Martin would like to join us, please do. Oh, there you are. Okay, you've popped up on my screen. Hello, Helen. Welcome to our meeting here.
Thank you, Mayor Measures and members of council. Greetings. I would like to take this opportunity to give you some information about the Creemore Farmers Market. My name is Helen Martin. I am the current market manager and the president of the board of directors. My past experience is as a military a physician assistant trained to provide healthcare to remote settings. Part of my training involved doing military public health inspections in those remote settings. I am very familiar with what public health inspectors are looking for when they do their kitchen and other premises inspections. I became interested in markets and the provision of local food to the public during the latter part of my career. When the opportunity opened up for a volunteer market manager position in Creemore, I was eager to help support local farmers and small businesses in providing their much needed service to our community. A bit of history about our market. Our market was established in September 1997 by Sandra Lackey and Jean Brownfield with 10 vendors as an experiment in the Gordon's Feed Mill lot in Creemore. It was their passion for local fresh food that made the market an instant success. The building committee of the Station on the Green approached the market to see if they would like to be a permanent renter of the new building after it was built. The market has been there ever since. The market has been run by a vendor-led board of directors since the beginning, which consists of mostly vendors and community representatives. We follow the guidelines of Farmers Markets Ontario and meet the public health requirements of 51% producers. We are a local incubator for small farms and food businesses to get started in direct sales. When the farmers do better, they move on to larger markets in bigger populated centers. Many of our bakers have gone on to open their own storefronts after the first year of being at the market. Some of our success stories are the New Farm, Fiddlefoot Farm, the Easy Farm, 4M Farms, and bakers like Affairs Catering and Bakery, Shine Baking Company, and Amy's. We are passionate about our community and our small market that is self-supporting through vendor fees and volunteers. Our market manager is a volunteer that gets a small honorarium. The original planning of the market back in 1997 was met with controversy from the BIA and council. However, the BIA has since become very supportive of the market and fully realizes the asset it is to the community. As we moved into the COVID planning mode, our primary concern was to run a safe market for both our vendors and the public. We are fully capable of shutting it down if it seems like safety will be compromised. As in the summer, we have a plan in place that follows the requirements of the province for operating an essential retail service in an indoor environment. We have 10 vendors who are producers or local food vendors. And those 10, normally we could put 20 vendors into the space at the Station on the Green, but we're double spacing them and we had planned on 10. We were putting tables in front of, non-porous tables in front of the vendors, and not for display. They were there to be a barrier between the customers and the vendors, and none of the customers would be able to touch any of the products. Customers may ask the vendor to see something up close, which would be produced but held in the vendor's hands and not leave the vendor's hands. Customers entering the building would be asked to sign in, one person per bubble. For public health tracing, we would take name, phone number, and postal code, use hand sanitizer, and then proceed along a directional flow through a cordoned off path through the market. If a line should develop, it would remain outside the building where people will still need to social distance and wear masks. Everyone working or entering the building would be wearing a mask as per protocols. Vendors must have a a shield handy that they could put on if the customers are not able to wear a mask. Physical distancing, volunteers would be in place to help with the physical distancing. Cleaning and disinfecting, we have offered to clean up completely after the market is over, clean all touch points, vendor washroom, and the floors. Indoor capacity will be limited to 1 household bubble per table. There will be no food sampling, no draws, and no use of public washrooms. COVID-19 protocols have all of the required COVID-19 protocols have been put into place. The way forward during and after COVID. How do we move forward? We would like council to consider the market as part of the economic development part of the township and not as part of the tourist portfolio. Yes, tourists come to visit us and we appreciate them for dropping by, but our success comes from locals who are regular shoppers at our market. We would like council to reevaluate us as part of the essential service that the government views us as. We would have appreciated being asked to the table to discuss the market and the future so that we could have had an idea of when we could open. We appreciate your concerns and we appreciate the fact that you are very safety conscious, and we would like to have been able to address your concerns. If we could not have addressed them, then when we would have understood that we need to be closed. Looking at the red and gray zone markets in the GTA that are open and doing well, therefore there is no reason for people to come north to shop at our market. And I hope that we have given you, much to think about, and we would appreciate a plan for reopening that we can move towards. Thank you for hearing our concerns.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Helen. And first of all, thank you for all the work you do to keep the market very successful in Creemore. I know it's been a very difficult year with your move to a different parking lot, right? You moved to another parking lot over on the main street at the brewery. And by the way, thanks to the brewery for offering to give up that space. That was really, really awesome of them to do that. So thank you for that. Is there any member of council with any questions for Helen or any comments in regards to her presentation? Around the table here, I do not see any. Oh, Mr. Patterson. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yes, thanks. Hi, Helen. I know a little bit of the answer, but not the full one. I know you've been trying very hard to find a space outside the public domain. Could you just briefly outline the efforts of the market to date?
Excellent, Helen. Yeah, could you tell us, are you looking for some space that is outside of the public spaces in the area? Are you looking?
Yes, we are looking. There are no indoor spaces that we can use that are available to us. You know, there's only basically the station on the Green and the Legion, and both are closed. Moving outside has not been well received by the vendors because many of them have not planned for an outdoor market and therefore are not ready for an outdoor market. I have looked at the old Gordon feed mill lot, but again, that's an outdoor market and electricity would be an issue. Anyway, I don't think at this point that unless the station on the Green opens or we have access to it, there's not going to be a winter market.
Okay. All right, Tom, I hope that answers your question, although I'm pretty sure you already knew that Helen and her team have been looking around the community, so that's great. I just have
The reason why I wanted to make sure council knew that that she is trying to exhaust the solutions. But I didn't know if the market had clearly ruled out an outside market, which in my mind in the winter means a heated tent. So I guess that solution is not something that's on the possibilities. So thanks.
You get into a lot of issues there when you get to heaters too. You're talking about potentially fire or something like that. So it gets complicated. Listen, I see our CIO has jumped in. He'd like to say something. Steve, we should have got you one of those yellow cards, and then you can, get our attention too. But nice to have you join us. Go ahead, Steve.
No, that's okay, Your Worship, and thank you for your comments, Helen. So I have a couple of questions. Maybe you could help us out a little bit going forward. So you mentioned some of the farmers markets in the GTA, which some of us have been at those locations. It'd be really interesting for us if you could share via email or whatever with some of our staff, a farmers market that is operating in the GTA in a municipal facility that is declared a meeting place. Because currently right now, we're not going to be allowing children into our arenas when the occupant load exceeds 10. So I know when staff, this changed on Monday, or actually changed today. That is one thing at the EOC we'll talk about tomorrow is how do we, you mentioned 20 vendors, how do we allow for more than 10 in a meeting place? And I know you're going to mention, well, farmers markets are exempt. Yes, they're exempt from providing food, but I do not believe they're exempt from the meeting place requirement. So any help with that would be greatly appreciated.
Alan, could you provide council and staff with some of that information that Steve's suggesting? Do you have any of that with you right now, or would you like to communicate with us by email?
I don't have any of that with me right now, but I would have to look that up and get that to you.
That'd be great.
I know that in Orangeville, the market there was given a closed arena to use. And so I don't know about meetings. A lot of the markets have not a dedicated facility, but it's often a facility that is shared with other organizations. So I don't have all of that information, but I can do my best to get it to you.
Yeah, and if I could, Your Worship, the challenge is that our requirements for occupancy loading changed drastically yesterday. And so we're going to need to be able to meet those requirements according to our health unit. So thank you.
Well, it's a challenge. And unfortunately, Helen, it's a challenge for every business in our community. And by the way, that's every business from, a busy place like a Tim Hortons to Foodland to Reinhardt Foods to, your market, even Affairs Catering. I mean, I've stopped in there to get a coffee and it's a whole different environment in there just to get a cup of coffee. So it's difficult. We absolutely appreciate it. I do want to make one comment about tourism. Certainly the markets that we host here in the township in the summer months particularly have a bit of a tourism aspect to it, particularly when there's some live music in there and particularly when maybe service clubs are involved with some fundraising. It becomes a social setting. And unfortunately, back in March, we had to cancel all of our plans for any summer activities like that based on the fact that it's a social setting. We simply cannot be supporting gatherings of people together. And it's been so unfortunate. I mean, we can't even have real Santa Claus parades, can we? So it's a difficult time. And unfortunately, we're all in this together. And so I hope that you and your colleagues at the farmers market can remain safe and confident that the community will continue to support you. But we want to make sure that we always do this safe for the benefit of the entire community. So is there anything further you'd like to add, Helen?
No, thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you for coming and, thank you for making the deputation. it's nice to have people make deputations and join us at our council meetings. And it's difficult because we don't get a chance to see people that often. So I appreciate seeing you, and I want to wish you and yours a very Merry Christmas and a safe 2021. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a good evening. All right. Well, thank you for that. And thank you, members of council and staff, for contributing to that discussion. Item number 6 is our public meeting. There is no public meetings tonight. So we're going to move directly to item number 7, which is approval of the minutes of the council meetings. We have 3 to approve. I think we can do them all at once in one motion. So I'll read it all and we'll look for a mover and seconder. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby approve the minutes of the council meetings for November the 16th, 2020, November the 23rd, 2020, and November the 30th, 2020. Mover and seconder on the motion, please. Councillor Dineen is the mover, and a seconder would be, I see Connie. I'll go with Councillor Lamers. Connie Leishman, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't there on the 16th of November. I will not be voting on that.
Okay. But you can vote on the others, and that's just fine.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Well, they're all in one big motion, so we appreciate that. Members of council, okay, so moved by Dineen and seconded by Lamers. Any other questions? Okay, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And the motion carries. Thank you. Business arising from the minutes, if any. Anybody got any comments in business? All right. All righty. Communications from the mayor. It's item number 9. From our closed session meeting, I can advise that we have appointed someone to the BIA, and that bylaw is coming forward. And so we will acknowledge that that person in a bylaw shortly. So I want to thank that person for putting their name forward to support the BIA. Item number 9.2, NVCA highlights, and also NVCA media release. I'm not sure if Mr. Patterson wanted to speak on either of those two. Did you have any comments? Go ahead, Tom. I thought you might. Go ahead.
Yes, but maybe for a different reason than you suspect. I won't get into the latest right now. The only thing I will mention, and it was asked at the board meeting, once now that 229 has been passed, with the exception of the MZO that gets automatic attribution, automatic deployment, I guess. The rest will be subject to some form of public discussion. We're not sure exactly what the ministry meant by that going forward. That would be on the regs. So that might be something council would be willing to get engaged in. Now, what I wanted to bring forward and of interest to the council, but more to the staff, the board asked the staff to put together the metrics, the actual metrics that they use to say that they're within 95% or 98% of program achievement. And they did that. So I had quite a detailed list, I think detailed enough. And I'm going to present it to, or forward it to staff through the CAO and ask them if it's worth taking a look at and trying to understand what I think is a difference between our perception of the NVCA's performance and how they measure it. And not going to try to commit them to it with a resolution from staff, from council. I'd like to get their first impressions. If it's a lot of work, I may give it back to the NVCA staff and ask them to do some more work. But I'm interested in seeing if we can align at least the perception of the NVCA's performance, because there seems to be a difference. That's my comment.
All right, perhaps thinking out loud here, we could have a discussion about the role that we hope to see from the NVCA, as well as yourself, Tom, as our representative there. Perhaps we could talk about that either late January and February. Perhaps we could have a discussion. Perhaps that'll help the NVCA board give them some time to sort out what they're going to be dealing with when it comes to this changes in 229. I'm just thinking out loud, Tom. Does that sound like a good idea to have a
very good thought? And this is in preparation for me to do exactly that with both the council and the board, because there is a difference of I would say there's a difference of opinion on how the MVCA should proceed. I think the majority of our board, of the MVCA board, would have preferred to carry on the way they're going, with some needed improvements that were recognized. And I think there's some rest of the board that feels that we can definitely improve through the MOU process, the relationship with each of the municipalities, notwithstanding what some consider restrictions on their operation. So I'd be happy to come back with my own thoughts, but also some of the thoughts that I'm hearing around the board table.
Fair enough. All right, well, I'll tell you what, I will make a note of that, and I will bring it up with our clerk in our January discussion, and then we will see if we can perhaps schedule a workshop opportunity to have a discussion, and maybe members of council can think about that, about what they want to do with the MVCA.
I would just say, given my earlier remarks, if staff feels it's worth looking into this vetting the measurement scheme, then we might want to give staff some time to do that as well. So
For sure. Mr. Sage, would you like to jump in on this discussion?
Sure, I think we could take a look at it as staff, Your Worship, Councillor Patterson. I mean, I'll be candid as I can be. The matrix as produced by the MVCA and their performance measures, or their expectations of their performance measures, and the reporting mechanisms that they've used to report on those mechanisms in the past, we have not, for lack of a better word, had much faith in. Because I don't base it on their metrics, I base it on the complaints of our residents. And it is significant, but we'd absolutely take a look at it, and I'm sure there's some benefit to take a look, or to at least question some of the results they come up with.
Excellent point. Thank you, Steve. Well, we're certainly going to miss your sage input on that discussion come January and February, but for sure, we have a great staff here at the township that can that have some great experience with NVCA and meeting some of the requirements of the Act. So, okay, thank you, Councillor Patterson. That was a good discussion on those two items. Anything further on NVCA? All right, Council, I added item number 9.4 after a discussion with Mr. Sage in his office. And I said to Mr. Sage, I said, Sage, this is going to be your last scheduled council meeting in your some 30-year career with us. And so I felt it a great opportunity for Steve to step up and say a few words about his career and about working here, and give him an opportunity to do that. And then perhaps we'll go around the table and have each of you have an opportunity to say something too. So I put this time aside in our council meeting for Mr. Sage. Steve, the floor is yours.
Who would have thought before you start to speak to retire, you have to unmute yourself? But anyway, Council and Mayor Measures, thank you for the opportunity. Retiring during a COVID pandemic is probably not the best situation. It is far from what I expected. I know it's far from what my family expected, but I'm not the only one that's going through it. The whole world's going through it. So as some people would say, you need to suck it up and move on. But not having the opportunity to say thank you properly, that's difficult. Most of you know I've been very involved in significant provincial organizations across the province over the last few years. I've been president of a couple of very large provincial associations. So the networking and the people I've met during those opportunities, you know, to not have an opportunity to meet with them and heck, shake their hand is odd. But it is what it is, and I have to move forward. And I'm still an employee on holidays for a couple of weeks in January, so maybe next year's Christmas party, be able to say hi. But I do want to say a few things tonight about what I'm leaving behind and what I think of my 31-year career, and I'll leave it at that. So my whole career, I've project-minded. I was superintendent of a large company organization with multi-million-dollar projects at 25 years old. And at 27 years old, I came home one day and my wife left my resume and a job ad on the kitchen table. And that was very telling. And long story short, I went to the township of Sunnydale, and 4 years later to the township of Clearview. But I think I'm very project minded. So when I think about retirement, I think about walking down the street, tell somebody what I did, and they ask me, so what'd you do? You were the CAO for Clearview. That's nice. And head of Public Works Roads for a long time. That's nice. But what'd you do? And council, you probably know I've questioned you on that too. When you leave here and I meet you on the street as a councilor, I'm going to ask you, what'd you get done? Because to me, that's important. And having meetings and talking is great, but what'd you get done? So a lot of the things that I think I had a hand in accomplishing took a significant team: council, staff, co-workers, consultants. The list is extensive, but there are 2 or 3 things I'd like to mention tonight. When I leave, what I'm going to be proud of. So a little story: amalgamation happened in 1994, and recently our council's talked a lot about ATVs, but you've talked a lot about traffic and speeding. So just think back, for those of you who have lived here all your life, in 1994, in the entire township of Nottawasaga, there was a little bit of asphalt on Donald Avenue in the McKean subdivision, and a little bit of asphalt on Station Street and Glen Huron. That's it in the entire township of Nottawasaga. There was some hard surface roads, but no asphalt. 26 years later, take a drive. I will remember that for the rest of my life when I drive down those township roads, particularly in Nottawasaga. Second, when I became CAO, I think council wanted me, they talked about I was a project-minded person. I think there were a few things they wanted me to at least make sure could happen, and that was to get growth and development agreements in place. I didn't specifically have a hand in that, but I can tell you that I was pretty proud of the fact that the staff that we put in place and the processes that we put in place, I'm pretty confident when you talk to developers now who have to come through the door in Clearview Township, the processes are professional, courteous, and the way it should be. And I'm always going to be, so when I drive through Clearview and see those things happening, I'm going to be pretty proud of that. I guess I've only got 3. The third thing is what I'll be most proud of, and that's the team, including yourselves, our consultants, and our staff. In the last 10 years, the professionalism, the courteousness, customer service orientated side of our staff is far superior than what it was 10 years ago. I guarantee it. For you who've been the counselor for a while, your emails about that are, you may get lots of emails about ATVs, but you're not getting emails about that like you used to. You still get some. We all have our pundits, but it's not like it was in the 90s and in the 2000s. I know that for sure. So, and that's due to the amazing staff we have. Retiring during a pandemic, there's a lot of staff that I've either hired directly or I've been indirectly related to. The majority of the people at the municipality, there's a few that have been here a long time that I did not hire. But you know what? They do a great job, council, and we all need to remember that. So that's sort of what I would call my legacy when I leave, or at least I'm going to think of it as my legacy. But there are a few people I want to thank. 7 mayors and councils. Some of you were on most of those councils. But I want to take this opportunity to thank all of those mayors and councils, treated me with respect, gave me opportunities particularly, and for that I thank you. There are 4 or 5 specific people, and this will be the hard part. One person that you may not know that I want to take the opportunity to thank, and this is posthumous, is a gentleman by the name of Bill Patterson, former deputy mayor of Clearview. And without him, I wouldn't be here. So Bill is no longer with us. But I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge Mr. Patterson. Secondly, Ted Hannon, my first CAO, interesting chap. I probably ended up being a lot like him, but Ted was great, and I want to thank him. Sue McKenzie, we all know Sue. Sue was the boss for a long time, taught me how to have fun in the role, and certainly how to be a bit of a cheerleader instead of being focused on projects all the time. So thank you, Sue. Two more people, specifically this one. His name's Don McNulty. Most of you know Don, probably my closest friend at Public Works and even as CAO. So Don, thank you for everything you did for me. And lastly, to my wife and family, a little story. When we started in 1990 with Sunnydale Connie and Mike and Dan and all the staff, there were no patrolmen. So you were on patrol, salaried employee, 24 hours a day, about 48 weeks of the year. So the commitment to that in the middle of the morning with phone calls and your wife rolling over and saying, who was that, day after day in the middle of the winter. I want to thank Jane for her commitment as well, because she's been a great partner through it all, and to my entire family. And with that, thank you, and wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And I'll be around for a few more days. Thank you.
Excellent, Steve. Thank you very, very much. That's fantastic. Certainly, you have had a very distinguished career here, and you've had and seen a great deal of change in our community. And so thank you for all the input that you've given, for sure. I'm going to go around the table and ask if there's any members of council who'd like to jump in right now with comments for Steve to send him on his way. I'm looking for John Broderick. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Steve, for all of your thought and hard work in the development of Clearview Township and helping us move forward. Looking back over the past 30-some years, the difference is quite real. The improvements are real. The retention of country charm is also real. And all of it is certainly not an easy task. So thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you, John. Anybody else would like to jump in? Mr. McKechnie, then Mr. Walker. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, I've only been here a couple of years, and Steve, you and I, we've butted heads a few times, but that's okay. You weren't hired as a CAO, nor was I elected as a councillor to agree on everything all the time. So that's good. But one thing I do appreciate is all your advice and the background knowledge that you have on different issues. For instance, I come in here 2 years ago, and as a councillor, and I had a number of people that contacted me about their issues. And I thought, okay, well, you know, I would hear their side of the issues, but then there's more than one side to every issue. And Steve, you were able to give me the background on the issues and the reasons why things were or are the way they are. So I appreciate that very much. And as I said before, I know that you bleed Clearview blue. You've got Clearview blood running through you, and everything that you've done has been, you know, in Clearview's benefit. So one last thing I wanted to say, you mentioned there, Steve, something in your little talk, said, what'd you get done? You know, and now you've been here for over 30 years, you know, but I wrote that down because I have been making a list of what I've got done in 2 years, and hopefully in the next 2 years, I'll add to that list. But I put a title at the top of that list, and it says, what'd you get done? So I've now got a title to my list, a Would You Get Done title. So thank you very much, and enjoy your retirement, Steve.
Thank you.
Well done, Doug. Thank you very much. Mr. Walker, and then Patterson and Burton, then Leishman. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Steve, congratulations on retirement. After 31 years, you've reached that milestone that we all look forward to. But I want to say thank you for your professionalism, your expertise, your leadership, and especially your knowledge. And the knowledge is one of the things as a counselor, when things come forward, you're not sure if you understand. So where do you go? Back in the day, and Steve talks about some of us have been hanging around for a while. I'm one of those ones been hanging around for a while. But we always went to Steve for the knowledge, Steve to explain things to us. Steve to show us some of the equipment and show us how it worked, show us what things did, how they were able to do what they did. And going to the conferences with Steve, sitting and listening to his comments and the way he communicated with the companies that we had equipment from, and explaining new stuff that would fit our equipment, and just that camaraderie he had was an amazing to watch and greatly appreciated. And I know you're oriented with projects, and I'm sure, and I know you've got some projects you're going to be oriented in when you're retiring. And good luck with all that. And we're going to miss your knowledge, but happy retirement.
Well said, Councillor Walker.
Thank you.
Well said. Okay, Tom Patterson's next, then Burton, then Leishman. Who else? Denis. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, Steve, I'll definitely miss your leadership. And I mean that from the point of view of, how often I consulted you just to read the temperature of the staff, where was staff on certain issues. And I did that because I can see from the staff that they trusted your leadership. You knew what each department was doing at a lot of detail level, but in general, and what council should do to support the business that has to get done in Clearview. So that's something that will not be replaceable, not in the near term, not in maybe year 25 of the next guy. But it's important to the growth of Clearview that we had that stability when we chose you. And I was on that committee, and we could have taken any number of approaches, and we thought that Clearview needed a steady hand, and one that was project oriented. I remember that we said that a lot, and that knew the business, not just the roads. They knew the business, and you were in a big network. So I think part of your legacy will be what you leave behind with staff on how Clearview gets things done. That'll be with us for a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom, for those comments. Deputy Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Steve, everybody has said what I wanted to say. It's all, what can we all say? Thanks for everything. We didn't always agree, but we always had mutual respect between us, and I always appreciated that we always treated each other with respect, and that was good. But what I can say is what I learned from you has been invaluable, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Right on, Deputy Mayor. Perfect. Councillor Leishman's next, then Deneen, then Lamers.
Sorry, that's me and my big thumbs again. Steve, I'm going to miss you so much. You've been great. I really appreciated your honesty more than anything. I know sometimes I didn't want to hear it, and we didn't always agree. And thank goodness, because that always made for a good discussion and argument. And I always came away feeling that you heard what I said, and I have always appreciated it. And I certainly appreciated your compassion when I was going through my problems. So I do appreciate that too. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss especially all the hard work you did on our library. I'm so eternally grateful for that. I know it was not easy. That was a long 3 years, and we all wanted to shoot ourselves in the head, but we didn't. So we got through it. We have a beautiful library, and I'm so proud of it. And I'm so proud that I got to know you a little better. And thank you so much. And I hope you don't go too far, because we'd like to see you around, especially at Christmas time and the opening for the library. So thank you, Steve. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
I suspect he's not going to go very far. He's got deep-rooted family here.
I know.
Mr. Deneen is next, then Mr. Lamers.
Steve, I came on board in March, and about a month later, you told us of your intention to retire. I'm not going to take that personally, but it could be misconstrued to be that. Steve, I remember as a kid, the 10th line, you were talking about the roads. I remember going out there and mucking about in the middle of the 10th line out in front of our house, getting my boots stuck in the frost coming out of the ground. So I know what the roads have been like over the years. And I just wanted to say thank you. I lived at 23 Donald Avenue. I had a little bit of pavement to remember you by. So thanks, Steve, for everything. And yeah, hope to see you around in the future. Enjoy it. You're going to love every minute of it. Take care.
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Councillor Lamers?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, there's not much left to say. Everybody said everything, but the knowledge that you're going to be walking away with, that people are really going to miss. You ask your question, you've pretty well got an answer. You know it before we ask the question. The knowledge is going to be invaluable, and staff is going to have a hard time trying to keep up with what they're missing in you. Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, John.
Well said. Well said. Steve, it's my turn then. I'm just going to ask if all members of the senior staff could please turn on their cameras, because I want to acknowledge that these senior staff are the people that you have been leading, and you've done a great job, because our township is now positioned with this staff to support the efforts that our council have asked for, that the citizens have asked for, and you've done a great job leading them. And so I want to acknowledge that our senior staff are basically the township's in their hands right now, and we're going to have a new CIO one day. But I have great confidence in the community and great confidence in the staff that are going to do a great job for us. So all the best, Steve, in your retirement. The other thing I want to mention is that, you know, when you retire, you can pick up some bad habits. Mine was politics. So I'm just like giving you something to think about there. Pick up, you know, you could take up smoking cigars if you like. Maybe it's better for you. I don't know. But good luck, Steve. And I'll never forget our road tours. When Mr. Sage would say to any of the members of the staff or council, got to take you on a tour. We got to go show you something. That was an experience to go around the township with Steve Sage. So thank you, Steve. Good luck. And thank you to your staff.
Just if I could add one more thing, there was one senior staff member I took on that road tour, and most of you will remember his name was Richard Spragues. And Richard only made it about halfway around, and he asked me to take him back to the town hall. So that didn't go so well. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Much appreciated.
Well, great. I'm really glad you had this opportunity to do this, and we wish you all the best after 30-something years serving the
And thank you, senior staff.
Yeah. By the way, just officially, right here in front of everybody, I want you to know you are clearly invited to the very next Clearview Township Christmas party.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council. Thank you, staff. All right, we're going to move on with our agenda because we do have a lot to talk about, and I know we're probably going to draw upon Steve's input for part of this meeting anyway, so we'll hear more from Steve here in a minute. All right, Council, we're going to move on to, oh, actually, sorry, I do have a quick resolution. Be it resolved, Council of the Township of Clearview hereby receive the communications from the Mayor for information. Mover and seconder, please. Mr. Walker, Mr. Broderick, any questions? All in favor? All right, that motion is carried. County reports for information. Briefly, I want to mention that our Deputy Warden, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Burton, you served our community of Clearview Township, representing us as the Deputy Warden at the county for these past term, and we want to thank you for that effort and that work that you did. I think that it was a tremendous job, and I think that you're certainly going to be missed, but you're also going to be around to continue to serve as our deputy mayor and a member of our county council. So I want to thank you for that service that you did, and keep up the great work there, Barry. I know you're going to continue as our NEC representative for the county, and so I really appreciate that. Barry, do you have anything to add for county report today?
No, other than I would, two things is I'd like to wish all the best to the new deputy warden for the next 2 years, and that's the mayor of Innisfil, Lynn Dolan. I'm sure she'll do a great job, and I want to thank all my members of council for their support as you know, as I was doing duties at as a deputy warden. It was a great experience, and thoroughly enjoyed it. And The only other county thing I'd like to announce is that the SWIFT program is coming to Simcoe County. So we will be, there was an announcement made by the warden, and we will be seeing some money put into development of what's the term I want to use oh, help me here, Mayor Measures.
It's New Lowell area. There's going to be 422 homes that are going to be
Right.
servicing
Internet services, right?
internet services. And
Right.
there's also a bit of a project in around County Road 124, sort of around Devil's Glen and Glen Huron area as well, which is exciting as well for that part of our community that has some challenges with internet. So we'll see how that all works out. But I know both Rogers and Bell are involved in that. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out in the end. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All right. And by the way, and congratulations to Warden Cornell, who named and reelected as our warden. So we're really happy for him to be doing that. He's doing a great job for us. So Merry Christmas to the warden and deputy warden. All right, council. Item 11 is our council reports. We've all had an opportunity to speak about Steve. So looking for anybody who would like to go ahead with the council. Any items for council? Members of council, I'll start with Councillor Leishman. If you got anything to add for ward reports.
I just like to say, if I don't get the opportunity, that everybody have a wonderful Christmas. And when you say Happy New Year, we all say, I hope so. Because we need a Happy New Year for a change. I'd also like to congratulate the Lightning Hockey Association, which of course, over a third of the girls are from Clearview. They raised $2,650 for the My Friend's House over 2 days this weekend with their games. Of course, they're disbanded now until January, but they also gave them 2 carloads of supplies. So I know there's not a lot of opportunity right now for fundraising, and I'd just like to say kudos to the Lightning for what they've done for My Friend's House. Otherwise, my ward's in good shape. I think I haven't had anybody reach out to me in a while, so at least as far as I know. So Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Glad you're doing well too. All the best to Michael. Okay, Councillor Broderick is up next. Unless anybody else wants to go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's pretty late. Attended the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting on 2 of them, actually. One on December the 8th and one today at December the 14th. That is it.
Okay.
Oh, and of course, I'd like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and yes, Connie, a Happy New Year.
Indeed. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker, you'll be next. Then I'll go to the Deputy Mayor again.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just Youth Committee, not having enough for a quorum. We just had a brief discussion on things that were happening at the youth center. They were into the activity kits, and they're pretty well all out again for the fall. We have a full house every night that we're open, which is unfortunately under the COVID is a magic number of 8 is all we're allowed. They've had to turn kids away, unfortunately, from the youth center those nights, which is really disheartening to staff, because that's not our whole intention, is to turn youth away. But hopefully things will get better in the new year. Doesn't look like it's going to happen right away now for a while, but that's all. And that's it. Everything else at the youth center was going along really well up until today, until we hit code red, which I'm sure has changed a lot of things. Just wish everybody Merry Christmas, and yes, let's hope the new year is a happy one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor Burton, and then I'll go to McKechnie. Go ahead, Mr. Burton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just, not much to add to what's already been said. I was we did have a meeting with Station on the Green, and looking forward to moving forward and you know, the issues we have to deal with COVID going on. And I just wish everybody happy holidays, stay safe, you know, and stay healthy.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKechnie, and then Councillor Deneen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, and Ward 2, everything's going along pretty well. And yes, that SWIFT project to bring better internet into the area, that's also coming to the area around Duntroon along 124 up to towards Devil's Glen there. So I've talked to a few residents in that area, and they're looking forward to it. Also attended a Creemore BIA meeting last week, and the BIA, the businesses, they're busy. They had a good Santa Claus parade of sorts, a stationary parade or whatever. Santa greeted the kids at the log cabin. Lots of people on the street. I've been out doing some of my Christmas shopping. I want to put a plug in for some of the local businesses and in Stayner and in Creemore. My wife, who I am 99% sure is not watching tonight. I mean, she never watches. So I asked her what she wanted for Christmas, and she said, just get me anything from Barb's Clothes Closet. So anyway, Barb's Clothes Closet, great store in Stayner. We also had fish and chips. My wife, as you all know, is very, very Scottish. And Affairs Bakery in Creemore, Friday nights, fish and chips every Friday night. Best fish, my wife says they're the best fish and chips in the area. And also too, last minute gifts, Curiosity Bookshop in Creemore and Heirloom 142 and their new store 172. Great spots for shopping. Now, what I wanted to mention though, with regards to the Santa float for the Creemore BIA, and I know that this has been a long-standing issue, you know, regarding storage of that float. And the mayor and I, we discussed it today. The township staff and the BIA have tried to solve this problem in the past, and I think some of you are aware of that. I'm new to the game as a new council rep to the BIA. I'm new to the game, so I don't know what all the problems were. But in the new year, I will be looking at this and with hopefully with fresh eyes and looking to get a resolution, and not just for Creemore, but maybe for the whole township. And the BIA, the Creemore BIA, have directed me in a motion to come to the council to see if we can get a resolution regarding the Santa float storage. So what I will be doing is I've taken a leaf from Steve's book there, What'd You Get Done? I want to add that to my What'd You Get Done list. So in the new year, in January, maybe the mayor, staff, and myself, and if it has to come to council, let's sit down and get a resolution to this. I know it's been going on for a long, long time. And so that's one of the things that I'll be working towards in January is the storage for this Santa float, and maybe coming up with something that we can do for the whole township. So anyway, that's about it. Merry Christmas to everyone, and have a good New Year. And yeah, we'll see you on in 2021. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor McKechnie, and thanks for the heads up on the discussion about the float and storage, which is an ongoing problem for sure. Councillor Deneen's next, then Councillor Lamers. Go ahead, Phil.
Thanks. I wanted to commend the residents of Calling Woodlands. They organized a Santa Spirit Tour on December 5th. Their community collected about 1,500 pounds of food and also generous cash donations for charity. And they had a wonderful time from what I can see in the pictures, and wonderfully socially distanced time. I want to send sincere condolences to some friends Stayner way. There's been a few families that have been dealing with things. The Sunderland family, the Judges family, Legace and Houston families, all this week have had losses. On another note, maybe Chief Payment can help me with this, but this Thursday evening, December 17th at 7, 17th at 7, remember that, the Clearview Fire Department will be doing a drive-by food donation. They'll be going around Nottawa, and the donations for the Clearview Stayner Food Bank. They'll be leaving the Station 6 in Nottawa at 7. Jump in anytime, Rory, if I'm not saying it right. They're going to go down the Bata, down Townley to the 3637, come up 124, go back Melville, come back out on 124, do the subdivision, back on Townley, and back the Bata for 9 o'clock at the hall. And they'll have an ATV, Rory, with a wagon on the back. People are
That's
asking. Yeah.
Yep. You know what, Councillor Boyle, you sure didn't leave much to fill in there, but I think that was just a little mercy throw you gave to me there. But yeah, absolutely. So in an effort just to try and maintain that physical distancing, we're going to be utilizing our fire department ATV. And behind that, we're going to be towing one of our trailers. So anybody wishing to donate can just come up, stay physically distant, put their donation in the trailer itself and carry on. We do have a special guest with us. So once again, with that physical distancing, we're more than happy to stop and take a picture and carry on our way. So thank you for the mention, Councillor. We truly appreciate that.
Yeah, December 17th at 7 till 9. And I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a very, very Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Janine. Appreciate that, and I look forward to that happening in Ottawa. Councillor Lamers, you're up next, and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. What do we have? Oh yeah, thanks to the, I think it's the Creemore BIA and businesses in Creemore for putting on the Light Up the Night Village Walk and the Drive-By Christmas Parade on the 4th and 5th. It was nice to see something going on there, and it was a beautiful night for a walk. And then, what was it? On the 8th, we had a Winterama meeting, and we're putting together kits, the same as they've been doing for the library. We're putting 150 kits together for the kids and families for the Winterama this year. And then on the 5th, 6th, or 4th, 5th, and 6th, the Brentwood Hall Board had their drive-by food, and they had a big carload of food and monetary donations to take to the Stainer Clearview Food Bank. So it was a good turnout there. And thanks to Roy Pollock for being our Santa Claus for the 3 days, standing there for all the people. And then, what is it? On last Friday, I had a meeting at the Public Works building here in New Lowell with Todd, and we had a look at our new boards. The boards are in, so between now and the weekend, we're hoping to have them all installed. We're going to put together a work party between now and the weekend and get all the boards installed before the big freeze comes.
Let's hope we get a really good freeze there, Councillor Lamers, and you and I will get the blades on and we'll have a little skate. How's that?
Next week.
Okay.
And if anybody's not too late, tonight is Creemore's toy drive or food drive, and tomorrow night is in New Lowell.
That's right.
For the firefighters. And yes, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all.
Great, thank you, John, and Merry Christmas to you and Donna and your family. Hope you have a really good time. Councillor Patterson, you're next. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I'm good. I covered my issue with MVCA and some of the others who were just touched on, so I'll wait until my report to council.
All right. Well, I want to wish you and Jackie a very Merry Christmas as well. I just have a couple things I want to report on before we move on to Tom's report. It's already been mentioned a couple times. The Clearview firefighters are doing this each night at 7 o'clock. So it's just about to begin in Creemore as we speak. I guess they're probably, the volunteers are gathering to get things together, and the special guest is going to be arriving anytime. So to the residents of Creemore, if you have food donations, the firefighters are out tonight in and around the community of Creemore. So look forward to their support. I want to give a special recognition to the Kinsman Club. The Kinsman Club, of course, here in Stainer area and Stainer District, did a great job with 4 nights of collection for the food bank around the Stainer area. They put on a bit of a show and got a lot of attention and a lot of respect, by the way, in their use of social media. They were very good at advising people where they were and when they were going to be arriving. And I mean, I thought that was really creative of them to do that, and good for them. It's interesting because I noticed on the second night of their event that they had a couple of volunteer firefighters in one of the pickup truck response vehicles from the fire department were there. And so it was refreshing for me to be there and observe that there was volunteer firefighters working with volunteers from the Kinsmen, doing something, raising funds for volunteers from the Clearview Stainer Food Bank so that they can help people in our community who really need some help. Volunteers helping volunteers, helping volunteers, helping our community. Good job. It was really nice to see. So thank you very much for that. And speaking of volunteers, I also want to take an opportunity to thank all of our volunteers across our community who serve on all of our different boards, whether they be volunteer hall boards, whether they be the youth center, whether it's the library. All of our volunteers are critically important to us at this time, and we want to thank them for all the work that they've done and all the crazy stresses and pressures that have come onto them during this COVID-19 pandemic. And we're all in this together, and I want to thank you on behalf of the township for all of your help, and we want to look forward to having a really good year next year in 2021. So thank you, volunteers. That's all my report at this time. I'm sure there's lots more to talk about, but we do have a long meeting. So Councillor Patterson, we do have a council report from you. So it's CO011-2020, pending council budget discussions or decisions, excuse me. I can read the whole thing if you like, and then I'll ask for a mover and seconder, and then you can speak to it, Tom, which is our procedure. It's interesting to note, however, as I said to you in an email, that many of these items are things that are discussed in a budget workshop. And so I wanted just to remind everybody, this is not a budget workshop. We're in a council meeting right now. So this is a council report from the councillor, and so he has every right to bring forward a council report. So this is not a budget workshop, but this is a good discussion item that Mr. Patterson's brought forward. So recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby one, direct staff to make the necessary preparations as outlined in this report to allow Council to make the final funding decisions on the current budget session for the following items: and A, expanded bylaw on policing enforcement; B, small hall renovation AODA compliance; C, social senior housing; and item D, Collingwood Street Bridge. Item number 2 is convene the necessary work sessions to meet the current or revised 2021-2025 budget process schedule. Councillor Patterson, I presume you're the mover on this motion. Is there a seconder on the motion? Councillor McKechnie. Thank you, Councillor McKechnie. Go ahead, Tom. I'm sure you want to speak to these items.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the prologue. It isn't a budget session. These 4 items, I think we all recognize, they have a similar attributes. And what's on my mind on this is that timing is a factor. And so I would also like to say that I'm not proposing to provide council an opportunity to get into the merits or the merits of each of these items as a budget. Simply, I'm asking to convene enough time in our current budget process to consider these items. They have the same attributes in my mind. They're all important and into some difficult choices that we're going to have to make. In order to make those decisions, we're going to have to establish criteria on how to make those decisions between the choices, and we're going to have to set priorities on the amount of spending, the funding that we have to do these. All these projects have an element of multi-year spending. They have high resident interest, and to some extent, and for some residents, a high impact. They deal with not just council and staff, but some external partners, the OPP, Burnside's County recognized, who have to be involved in the decision. And while COVID has certainly been a factor in in all we do, and in this case, the time that we need to spend on some of these items, I think all of us, staff, council, and our partners have all been acclimatized to virtual digital meetings like Zoom. And so I think in terms of consultation, for example, with our hall boards, that can be accommodated. So without getting into each of the items in detail, I just want to know, just want council to know that some of these, the reason why I think we're able to consider some of these is because I have talked to staff, and I think on the hall boards, for example, on policing enforcement, on the Collingwood Bridge, we have all done our homework. The staff has done their homework up to the point they need council direction. And so that's something that we can discuss. And then on the senior housing, we have taken some budget decisions and we have a pending discussion with the county. So I'm targeting, I didn't put a specific date because we have staff, council, and external partners to consult with, which is why I think time is of essence. We have time between in the first week in January, between the 4th and the 8th. We may have time. We could make time on the January 11th council meeting, and of course we have our the January 13th budget meeting. All within the current schedule. Nothing needs to be revised. I'm not opposed, for good reason, to either call an additional meeting past the 13th of January, or to move the 13th meeting if council thought that that was the right thing to do. Not sure how much we have left to do without considering these factors. So that's why I brought this tonight, to spend as little time as possible talking about setting up a meeting, or if necessary, a couple of meetings to get these more detailed discussions on these topics done, and to invite, which I think, willing partners, if we ask, to come, like the OPP, for example, to discuss how we can roll out the planning on these items. So I'll leave it at that for now, and prepared to answer any questions or respond to your comments.
Thank you very much. Council, I'm going to turn directly to our staff. Our staff obviously are taking direction from council. Our staff have participated in our budget workshops and received direction from the budget workshop. So I'd like to turn to Mr. CAO, also to Kelly McDonald, our treasurer, and perhaps even the clerk, Madam Clerk, if you want to join us. So I'm going to ask some direct questions in regards to Tom's motion. Mr. CAO, item number 1A, which is the expanded bylaw regarding policing enforcement. Mr. CAO, are you aware of any changes to our agreement with the OPP as far as our status today as a 5.1 that will be impacting us in 2021? Is there any change to that you're aware of that's been brought to your attention?
So unfortunately, the Police Services Act was reviewed, but the changes that are to create an environment where the 5.1 doesn't exist anymore have still not been put into effect. It's my understanding that when they are, we would be afforded the same opportunities as if we were a Section 10, Your Worship, which, to Councillor Patterson's point, would allow you to talk to the Police Services Board, if that still exists or going to exist, and therefore our request would just be a financial one, and it would happen. But at this point in time, we're still running under a 5.1.
Correct. Thank you, and I'll support you on that. That I had a conversation with the OPP today to confirm that this CSPA enacted directive from the province, they do not have any idea when it's going to pass. There's no indication of that. The province of Ontario, if you could appreciate, have been very busy dealing with COVID, vaccinations, getting through their last session. And so they've been very busy. They haven't made this a strong priority, and yet it is placed in front of us as a council, as a community, that there will be some changes to the policing. The point that I confirmed today, Mr. Sage and Madam Treasurer, you might be pleased to hear that they do not anticipate any changes to our financial requirement through 2021, because we've already been offered and given our ask. So Kelly, if you can just confirm with me that you received the ask from the OPP for 2021. Kelly?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have the number that you received in the budget package for the public meeting was the actual request.
Correct. So there'll be no further changes from it. That's what I confirmed today when I spoke to the OPP on that. So as far as that goes, the reason I asked for the clerk to step in too, do you see that there's future or more expanded bylaw enforcement activity, Madam Clerk? Because the bylaw department reports to you. So do you see any further need for more bylaw? Has council given you that direction?
No, I don't think there's a need for more bylaw officers, Your Worship. But something that I've heard a lot about over the years, and a lot more recently because of the ATV issue and council decision regarding it, was what the level of enforcement is for OPP versus bylaw enforcement. And I'm just going to put a suggestion out there and see if council's interested in it or not, but I think it might be worthwhile, whether it's through this process or a subsequent process, for the OPP to come and maybe do like an annual report. And then it would be an opportunity for members of council to ask questions and, to get some information on maybe what some of the enforcement concerns are for the OPP as well too. So it might be a good way to get some of the answers for members of council that the community is asking on a consistent basis.
For sure, and I'll support you on that also. In my conversation with the OPP today, they confirmed that they would be happy to come and speak to us and maybe do a workshop with us once they knew when the CSPA was going to pass. So there's been no change. And so I've confirmed that everything's exactly the way it was, in the fact that we can have some enhanced level of policing through what's called pay duty. That will continue until such time as the CPSA passes. After that, they can still do pay duty if the detachment commander has the staffing to do it, because staffing is everything, as the CAO will tell you. Staffing is everything, isn't it, Steve? So nevertheless, I wanted to be clear that at this point is certainly been heard. It is something that this community will be looking at once the provincial government changes the procedures and regulations. But for 2021, there's no change at this time. Okay, so that's item number A. I have several here, Councillor McKechnie, unless you wanted to chip in on this one.
Well, thank you for hearing me, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, actually, on item A, you sort of lost me on that. I have no idea what 5.1 is, and I'm just wondering about Tom's motion here. Tom, is this something that, if we go through with your motion, you're asking that it be dealt with on this budget. And I'm just wondering, isn't this something that maybe we should, I don't want to delay this budget, but we need more meetings so that we can discuss the things, for instance, that, we can take each of these 4 items in order. And so we do need more meetings. I recognize that, but is this not something that we can ask staff to convene the meetings for the new year, whether it's the first week of January or whatever, but then we can discuss these items and then so that they can be dealt with at our next budget? I don't know if I explained that very well.
You did actually, Doug. Let me help you out with a couple of things. The community of Clearview does not have a contract policing operation. Like, we are not in contract with them. We fall underneath a category called 5.1, which is part of the current Police Act, as a municipality without a contract. So that's where the administrators of the police OPP determine the level of service that we receive based on our population and based on historic calls for service.
Okay.
So Kelly, help me out. We're around that 2 million, 2.25 million, something in that neighborhood, 2.25 something.
Yeah, very close to a 2.25. We came down, I believe, $24,000 from the 2020 ask for 2021, but it's right in that area.
So it's a blended number, Doug, regarding calls for service as well as general population. And calls for service is relative to our provincial highway, as well as if we were a municipality that had a waterway that was being patrolled by OPP waterway, I mean, there would be a different equation as well. Fortunately, we don't have waterways. Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, so that's great. So I just don't want to see us get into the weeds too much or get into too much detail here tonight. You know, so can we discuss these things at meetings in January or February so that we have an idea then going forward at our next budget meeting? That's what at next year's budget time. That's what I'm getting at. Not so that, because I don't want to see this delay this year's budget, and I don't want to get into the weeds here too much tonight.
I understand. Well, let me wrap it up for you.
Yeah.
All 4 of these items we discussed in our workshop session. 3 of the 4 items had a clear direction to council or to staff from council that they were going to be looked at in our 2022 budget. The policing question was still open because we had unknown information. And so we've achieved further information. And we can, in fact, do a little workshop and maybe a deputation from the detachment commander, if not maybe a regional commander, to give us an update on the level of service that they will provide. And so that's comfortable. I mean, I was surprised as anyone to receive this motion and this report from Councillor Patterson when all of these items had already been discussed and council had already given direction to staff. As far as hosting other meetings, if council anytime wants another meeting, how about you phone me up? I'm the mayor. I can call a meeting anytime. You know, you don't need to prepare a report to ask for another meeting. You can phone up the mayor and say, Mr. Mayor, how about we have another meeting? And I call up the clerk and I say, Madam Clerk, let's schedule a meeting. That's kind of how it works. So I don't understand why, if you want to have another meeting to have these discussions, I can consider that. And I can ask the clerk to find us a date. I have no problem with that. So, you know, it's really frustrating when we've gone through this process again, Councillor Patterson, and here we are dealing with it once again. So I wanted to wrap up with this with Mr. Sage. I know he disappeared on me, but I want to comment about the small hall renovations, AODA compliance. We obviously have a reserve account that we're continuing to put some funds away to help support that project. Steve, you feel that the staff are under good direction, certainly through the work of Terry Vachon, that we will meet with each of the individual halls to have a discussion with them about what their expectations of their volunteer board halls would look like. Do you think there's any further direction needed for staff on the next steps on the AODA small hall renovation project? Steve.
You're muted, Steve.
You're muted, Steve. Steve's already retired.
Yeah, I'm already retired. I'm muted. I would like to make some comments on 2 of Councillor Patterson's items, being the AODA to the small halls and the Creemore Bridge. I'm not sure if I'll help the discussion or not, but I'll do my best. So when it comes to the AODA, I want to be very clear. We have a council resolution, and I don't have it in front of me today, that says you as a council are going to meet with staff to determine what it is you're going to present to the hall boards. And I did make some notes as to what part of that decision-making process will be. And when we brought that report to council, we talked about some potential questions that the hall boards may have. And I'm just going to quickly read them and then I'll finish. So, are we going to improve the facilities? If we are, what funding are we going to present? What are we going to fund? Are we going to fund RJB, the FADs, and are we going to fund hall board wants over and above those items? If the board wants to add items and pay for it, are we going to allow it? Who's going to be first? Will council consider selling facilities? If we go to so every single hall board, I've met with them dozens of times, some of those answers need to be, some of those questions would need to be answered. And I think you as a council need to put a strategy together as the resolution said. So I know, Terry, you could come on and speak, but I know that Terry is fully prepared to facilitate that meeting. We actually had it planned right around when the COVID hit. So to your worship, absolutely. Once those questions are answered, go to the individual hall boards and see where they're at. With respect to the Creemore Bridge, so I brought that to council 6 or 8 years ago. And one of the challenges with this bridge is the cost and the fact that land acquisition has to occur. So it's my understanding that staff, the design's been done. How much land needs to be purchased is done. Council just needs to decide if you want to build it or not. That's a tough question because it's so much money, and Dan and the Public Works Department would have to use about 6 years, maybe 5 years of budget commitments to the reserve to fund one bridge. So that means there'd be 4 or 5 years when other bridges are not getting completed. So let's assume for a minute that the decision was to fix the bridge. That's the case. If the decision was not to fix the bridge, then there are some improvements that would be required on some of the adjoining roads to facilitate not having a bridge. I'm pretty confident that that work has not been done. Okay.
Great, thank you very much. Questions and comments? Mr. McKechnie again.
So I go back to my original comment. I don't think that this meeting is the time to be discussing these. I think that we need to discuss them in a workshop or some other special meeting that you call, your worship. And that's the time to be discussing them. And then we will, so I don't think that we're going to be able to do that in time for this year's budget, but I'm thinking let's get it done so that we know what we're doing for next year's budget. So I just don't feel comfortable discussing everything in detail tonight. I think that we need one or more workshops to deal with these. For instance, the small halls renovation. Yes, I agree. It was back in March, and we decided that we were going to do a council workshop so that we could go to the small halls with a unified voice here. Well, we haven't had that workshop. So staff may very well know what they're doing, but we have that has not been communicated to us, and we haven't been able to give our input. So we do need. I don't think we can deal with these tonight. I think that we have to deal with them in special meetings or workshops, and so that we can then apply it to next year's budget. That's one thing.
Thank you very much, Councilor McKechnie. To be honest, Council, to quote Councilor Patterson, our playbook for this year has been thrown out the window and basically gone helter-skelter as a result of COVID and the decisions that need to be made and the directions coming down from the province of Ontario. And I think our council and our staff have done an excellent job bringing forward the programs and necessary to support our community through this difficult time. Yes, we have things that we have to make decisions on well into the future. To be honest, that's our job. We make decisions that are impactful for some 30-something years or more. And so we need to make those decisions. But we can't do those, in a vacuum without the proper information. And so we can't make those decisions without getting the proper processes in place. We did have a meeting scheduled for small hall renovation. We did have a meeting scheduled or intent to have a meeting scheduled regarding senior social housing. The deputy mayor was working on that with the county. We did have some discussions, myself and the CAO, at the CPAC meeting with the OPP in regard to expanded policing. And so we had some information that we were getting to bring to you at council, but all that stuff got thrown out. The only thing on Councillor Patterson's list that was added was the Collingwood Street Bridge, which I brought up during our discussions in the workshop, simply asking that staff and engineers consider what it would look like if we did not do the bridge. That was the only question that I asked. Council supported that. And I think that's important that, when we look at that engineering and the expense that's there, maybe we could spend that money fixing up all those roads in and around that facility and not have that bridge continue. I don't know. It's just an option. I'm not saying it is plus or minus. I put it on the table and I appreciated council support, asking staff to continue to look at it. So This is a frustrating report. I'm prepared to call the motion, but I would like to see if anybody else has any more to add. Nothing more to add? Okay, I'm prepared to call the motion. Yes, Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
And when I listen to the conversation, it sounds like we need more information. We could, I don't think we can make any decisions on the funding for 2021 based on the conversations I just heard from staff and councillors without getting some more information. And I don't understand what the frustrating part is or the inappropriateness of this. I'm simply asking to do that. You heard from the CAO and from the clerk that people are standing by ready to inform council so we can make a decision. I guess I'm guilty, if I'm guilty of anything, I'm guilty of making an assumption that we want to begin spending money on the small halls if we're going to do some of the work. And I thank the CAO for laying that out. Those are exactly the reasons why we need to get together. I don't even know if on the small halls, if there's any lead time required. Staff is ready to go. Discussions with, on the policing side, there is 2 areas that we have to confirm. What options are available to us? No, there has not been any changes to the Policing Act, or we could simply go on as we're doing now. That's one assumption. The other assumption is what's also available to us is a Section 10 contract that provides dedicated policing for Clearview. Okay, it does come with a funding application. When the CSPA, the new Policing Act, is approved, whether it's 2021 or 2022, we will all be Section 10 or whatever it's called then. So we have to get to that point anyways. It was my clear understanding, and everyone articulated it. There has to be some rethinking of enforcement, bylaw, resources, and OPP. So I understand that that people are willing from the detachment to come if invited. The Collingwood Street Bridge, it isn't a 2021 proposal, although one of the first resolutions this new council voted on when they came to office was that we would have a solution for the Collingwood Street Bridge in this term. As it turns out, we can get another year or 2. So I'm not sure that we have to be held to that. But we, as the CAO laid out, we have land acquisition. That'll take some time. So since we are in a 5-year, multi-year budget, it would be a good sense of planning if we started to look at the projects that are in the 22-23. That's why I included Collingwood Street Bridge, because it has another factor in it that some of the others aren't. There's a lead time before we can make a decision. And we should start to decide. It's simply what I heard council said today. So I would like this motion to proceed to set up some staff time and some council time to address these 4 issues in some format. I don't make the assumption that all of these items should wait till next year, because I see some of the spending being done in 2021, next year being 2022. We're spending a lot more time trying to set up a meeting that we all know we have to have, okay, than we need to, if I may say so. Why can't we use some of the available time we have between now and the next date? And nothing has to change. It's not sacred. You yourself, Mayor, said we have until April. I'm not proposing we wait till April. I'm not proposing we hold up the budget process. I'm suggesting that when we need, take the time that we have now available to us and invite the staff. I'm pretty sure Terry and Steve are waiting for council to meet and make a decision on the small halls. I'm very sure the small halls are, the boards.
Members of council, oh, we have some cards. Councillor Denny and then Councillor McKechnie.
I believe Doug had his up first, if he'd like to go ahead.
Oh, there
You go ahead, Phyllis.
Wow. You two guys, are you pouring eggnog between each other or what? Go ahead there, Councillor McKechnie.
I just, regarding the small halls, that's the AODA is the furthest thing from anyone's mind right at this point. No rentals or anything with bills coming in. The last thing we're worried about is the AODA compliance at this point. That's all I can say. Thanks.
Thank you. Doug, you're next, then Connie. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I agree with what you're saying there, Tom. I'd like to see this, these items dealt with sooner rather than later. But I just think, personally, I think that if we try and deal with them now to fit into the budget that we've just been dealing with, the 2021 budget, it might be sort of pushing things. I mean, we've already gone to the public with that budget too. So now if we go changing it in a wholesale way, to my mind, I think we would have to go back to the public. So what I'm wondering, Tom, is if you would be amenable to a friendly amendment. Is that a word? Amenable to an amendment? I don't know. Anyway, if you would agree to a friendly amendment. And what I'm wondering if we could, in item number 1 there, you've got direct staff to make the necessary preparations as outlined in this report to allow council to make the final funding decisions. So what I would like to amend it to is to direct staff to make the necessary preparations as outlined in this report to allow council to understand the funding considerations for these items, for the following items that are listed, for the 2022 to 2026 budget process. So, and then on item number 2, convene the necessary work sessions to meet the 2022 to 2026 budget process schedule. So that way we're dealing with these items in a workshop. We're going to get an idea how much they're going to cost. And then we can, at next year's budget time, we can say, okay, we've already sort of dealt with that. We know what they're going to cost, and we've got a firm idea what we can go into. And staff have a firm idea of how much it's going to cost us going into next year's budget. Would you be agreeable to that friendly amendment, Tom?
Tom?
Well, you're presupposing that we're not going to spend it on 2021. We might end up. So I don't disagree with your point of view that when we get into a meeting, you would say, let's say on January 4th, we sit down and you would say, well, I don't think we should spend any money on the small halls in 2021. That's going to be a 2022 item. All the hands go up, agreed. Then it's in the 21 to 25 budget. Okay, but I think if we had the hall boards in this room, there'd be several. I can think of one in Sunnydale, one in Nottawasaga, that want a decision from council and are prepared to go. And to Councillor Dineen's point, which is a good one in terms of it doesn't interfere with the function of the halls now because they're empty. That's when you want to do renovations. That's when you could do them. Okay, you take advantage. I'm not sure we can, but these are the kinds of things I'm asking council to discuss. So no, I don't see it as a friendly amendment, but I don't see it as an unfriendly one. I don't think it's necessary. It's in the 21 to 25 budget, recognizing that this is a multi-year program and we need to decide what the criteria and the priorities are in that budget. And so identify that as the need.
Councillor McKechnie, go ahead again.
So I go back then to the issue, and I had this issue last year at budget time too, and I wasn't comfortable with it last year, and I'm certainly not comfortable with it now. We've already gone to the public, and now we're making, so we have another budget meeting, and that'll be January the 13th. And that budget meeting is designed to tweak the budget based on public feedback, or public input, I should say. So, and I don't mind making $1,000 here, $1,000 there, changes to the budget. But these items, I think, are going to be like large budget items. And I don't think that we can do that without going back to the public at a meeting and showing the public what we've done. And so I'm sort of uncomfortable with that. I was uncomfortable with it last year too, because last year, and I voiced my opinion on this, we did the same sort of thing last year. We went to the public and then to the public budget meeting, and then we turned around and made some fairly large changes to the budget. And I was not comfortable with that. And so I'm certainly not comfortable doing it this year. So I wouldn't mind doing, I think I think a meeting to address these 4 items or several meetings is necessary, but I think that we need to do them to be applied to our budget next year, not this budget that we're dealing in, not the 2021 budget, but to be applied to the 2022 budget. And anyway, I've said enough, and there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Connie, you're next, but I would like to clarify a couple of points, if I may, and then I'll go right to you, Connie. A couple things council and the public should know. All 4 of these items have already been discussed at a budget workshop. All 4 of these items, council has given direction to staff. And further, that is, as Councillor Patterson indicates, if there's expenditures in 2021, all 4 of these items actually have funding that's already in the budget that could be accessed if necessary, if it was a decision of council to move ahead. All 4 of them have funding in them right now in the current budget, as we said. The challenge here is that if Councillor Patterson is suggesting we to have more discussion and bring these items forward, all of our staff who have, as I said earlier, have sat through our budget meetings are aware of all this content. We have a meeting on the 13th that's scheduled to start at 12 noon. It's scheduled to go till 5 o'clock. We can spend 5 hours talking about these items if that's what you'd like to do then. And we can have our staff be prepared to speak on all 4 of these items. That's what we can do. The challenge here is, of course, is that at that budget meeting, to Councillor McKechnie's point, the only thing that we have to do is receive the public input that we received at our public meeting, speak to our treasurer. The treasurer will prepare any comments or any adjustments that she sees has come forward in the time period between the public meeting and that meeting on the 13th. And she will present us with a motion that'll then direct her to go create a bylaw, which will be presented to us in April. That's it. That meeting on the 13th, without these 4 items, could be 15 minutes long.
Right, exactly.
So we can have a discussion on the 13th, if that's what council would like to do, if you want to support Councillor Patterson's motion, or we can actually look at these items and find time with our staff and outside external resources like the county, the OPP, even RJ Burnside to have a discussion about the bridge. We could do that and do it between January and September, because next September, we will be working on our budget for 2022. There you go. Councillor Leishman is next. Go ahead, Connie.
Thank you. We've all thought long and hard of all of these 4 issues. We've been dealing with them and talking about them for a long time. We've also got a report in our agenda tonight from the Accessibility Committee about bringing down a bit of the regulations so that maybe we can afford to do the halls a little sooner. Some of them, especially Sunnydale, it works in their favor for sure. So really, we need we need more discussion and at least some kind of plan for the halls. We need discussion and a plan for senior and social housing. The law enforcement needs to have the OPP input. So we need that to happen first before we can make a decision on that. And the Collingwood Street Bridge, I think that's something that council will have to talk with staff about and get all the ins and outs and make a permanent decision. It's something, you're right, we've been putting off for these 2 years now, and then many years before that. So I think they all need some serious discussion. They also need for us to all sit down and have our input. And we also, I mean, even with the small halls, we have to reach out to the halls themselves. So that includes other people. I think I would like to follow the mayor's advice and do this over the next year. I don't believe we can do this in one meeting before the budget and come up with something satisfactory for everyone. And I think if we have staff on side and they have all the ins and outs for us, it might be a very short meeting. But otherwise, we all need to say something about it, and I don't think we can do it all tonight. So I would like to go with the mayor's suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patterson, I'll give you a final and that's it. Anything further?
Well, you know, I understand the process. And at the last budget meeting and the public meeting, I made the point, and it was acknowledged by the chair of the meeting, that there would be other items being brought forward, and I'm preparing a report. Okay, no, nobody said, no, you can't do that. Budget book is closed. Okay, I don't know where this rule is coming from that says once we present to the public, that's it. It's fixed. If that was the case, then I've been missing the point for years, because there's stuff that always comes to the forefront. In terms of the Collingwood Street Bridge, it's not so much that we've been putting it off. The time to decide is getting closer. Okay, so this is part of the, and it's very expensive. And if we're going to vote on this, I would like to state the facts that I brought this forward with. Staff is prepared to talk to the Collingwood Street Bridge, given that we do it in January. It's not a big job for our RGB to look at 6-7 and the 5th going north from 6-7 in the intersection. Staff is prepared to bring the policing into a meeting to talk about bylaw and policing and our options with a phone call, just a matter of picking the dates. All right. Staff is prepared to call social housing if we need to, although I think this is one that is a little bit longer term, admittedly. And staff has been anxious for council to make a call on the small halls. Okay, so please don't think that we're postponing the budget. We're simply calling resources in. And no, we have not talked to these issues comprehensively. We have talked about elements of these, but we have not made a decision. I, for one, if I was to bring a motion forward on the 13th, I would make a motion to spend some money on small halls. And I know it'll happen. On the 13th, we'll say, well, we really have to have a discussion first and then talk to the small halls before we can make a decision. So please don't think that by pushing it down, kicking the can again tonight, that we're going to maybe have another chance to talk about it on the 13th. All right. So I'm saying, and I said it right at the very beginning, time is of the essence. If we're committed, and maybe I'm the only one that wants to spend some money on a hall in 2021. I thought we had others, but maybe all the halls can wait till 2022. So those are my comments.
Great. Councillor McKechnie.
Okay, one more comment to Councillor Patterson. Yeah, I go back to when you look at the flow chart there, it does say that the January 13th meeting will be basically, and I can't find it in front of me, but it's we can make changes to the budget based on the public input. So that's what I'm getting at. I don't think that we should be making wholesale changes, large changes to the budget at this time. Okay, and secondly, regarding the small halls, I agree. Some of the small halls may be waiting for input from us or suggestions, but I think that we have to take them as a whole. I don't think we can deal with any hall. And I have two in my ward. I have with Dunedin and I have Duntroon. Sure, I'd love to see Dunedin or Duntroon Hall get like $500,000, and get all fixed up and be brought up to AODA standard. But I don't want. I know that that'll just make like the Sunnydale Hall mad, Brentwood Hall, other halls mad. So I don't think that we can deal with any one hall in this year's budget. I think that we have to look at it as a whole and decide what we're going to do with all the halls, and then we go forward. And it may be very well be that we close one or two halls. That but that decision has to be made as a whole. We can't just go. I don't think we can go throwing money at any one hall at this time and then deal with the other halls later. I think that we have to deal with them, as a whole, as a group. So anyway, I agree. That's the last. I promise that's the last I'll say, Your Worship. So go ahead and you call for the vote.
Well, there'll be nothing further from anybody else. If you all have an opportunity, I see Terry's joined us. Terry, we certainly talked about the halls a couple times. I will give the floor to you for a minute. Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very quickly, just to help clarify, there is $4 million that's been put in the 2021 budget for the halls. There is $4 million that's in there right now for 2021. Once you make decisions, you can spend that money.
I'm going to clarify with you then that through you and through Kelly and through the clerk, a motion of council at any time can draw funds from that account to support one of our halls if we wish to do that. It's already in the budget for 2021. Kelly, is that correct?
Absolutely correct, Your Worship, and to members of council. We don't have funding sources set up for it other than the reserve that we've been putting money into, but it is a line item in our 2021 budget. So all it would take would be council direction to go ahead and locate the funding source.
Exactly. And Madam Clerk, that's all it would take would be a motion to council at any time after the budget passes, let's assume. Madam Clerk?
Yes. So as an example, you could hold a workshop and you could make decisions at that workshop.
That's right. Tom, I've already said it's a final. I'm trying to be generous. What do you want to say?
Just reaffirm what some of us have been saying. McKechnie just said it. Councilor McKechnie just said it. We wouldn't want to make that decision to spend part of that $4 million reserve until we've covered all the halls with the same criteria so that we can come up with a priority. That's the point.
I couldn't agree more.
By not doing that point, you're freezing the reserve fund until we do it.
Not freezing it, continuing to grow.
You're freezing it.
Continues to grow every year. All right, council, the motion's in front of you. I'm going to ask Councillor Patterson if he would like to withdraw the motion. He's saying no. All right, council, we're prepared to vote on the motion then. I don't think I'll read the motion again because it's been read and discussed. But basically, it's asking for us to review these items and talk about it before we have our 2021 budget 25 process scheduled. So, council, those in favor? Those opposed? That motion carries, or fails. Fails, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Patterson, for bringing it up. I can assure you that at the 13th, I will be asking staff to talk about some of these items because that'll be a straight up workshop session. So thank you, council. All right, council. Democracy at work. Item number 12 is our department reports, community services. It's a committee of adjustment report. Recommendation be it resolved that council of the township of Clearview hereby one, receive CS 048-2020, the Committee of Adjustment for November 2020, report for information. Can I have a mover and seconder on the report? Deputy Mayor. Seconded. Seconder. Councillor Lamers. Thank you, Councillor Lamers. I don't think there's anything to discuss, Deputy Mayor. It was one item on there. That's all there was, right? All in favor? Call the motion. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. Recommendation, where are we now? Zoning bylaw amendment. This is for Mary Street. This was part of a public meeting that we had, CS 054 2020. The zoning bylaw amendment for 2760696 Ontario Inc., which is Mary Street, Creemore. Zoning bylaw 2020-044ZB. Recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby one, receive the report CS 054 2020 for information, and item 2, pass zoning bylaw amendment to the Township of Clearview zoning bylaw 0654, being bylaw number 20-79 for the lands known as 121 Mary Street, Creemore, and legally described as Plan 315, Part Lot 33, Registered Plan 51R5173, and Part 1, formerly Creemore, now in the Township of Clearview. Rosalind's with us, so I'll call for a mover and seconder, and then we'll have Roz and Mayor. Mover and seconder, that'd be Councillor Patterson and Councillor Deneen. Hello, Mara. Hello, Rosalind. Rosalind, you got that cool orange look going on there in the back.
I really apologize for that. I'm not really certain why I'm in the red room, but it's the Duntruin internet.
Okay, good. Looking good. Go ahead, Mara, with your report.
Well, actually, if you wouldn't mind, Your Worship, if we could pass it over to Rosalind, as she is the planner on that file.
Okay, Roz, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And I think, you have my report in front of you and recommendations. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on this one.
All right, members of council. Oh, I see Councillor Leishman right away. Go ahead, Connie.
Thank you. Rosalind, is there any way that developer could possibly leave some of those large trees that are there along Mary Street at the front there and just clear out an area to bring their driveway or the road through there? Because I was over there looking at that property and walked around, and oh my gosh, there's some really lovely mature trees there, and I think it'd be a shame to take them all away.
Thank you, Councillor Leishman, and through the mayor. I will just mention that what's going to happen as we move through this process is that the next application will be a site plan application. And as part of that site plan submission, we are requesting that the developer and his consultants team look at a tree preservation plan for the site, as well as the landscaping plan. So obviously no guarantees on where those trees will be kept or not kept, but we can certainly make a note and look at what their plan is in terms of tree removal. I will note that there is some fairly detailed direction already that's been given through an OMB hearing in terms of where entrances and exits on this site can occur. And so unfortunately there is, the main entrance is supposed to be off of Mary Street. So in terms of, I'm happy to, if you want to send me a little email or circle some trees, I'm happy to take some direction as to some of the things you'd like to see kept. But other than that, we can leave it in the hands of the experts, but I can certainly pass that on as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. I appreciate that. A question supplemental to that, by the way, Roz, Mara, and perhaps even Councillor Patterson, since Tom's very close to that location. Are there any of these significant trees that are in our road allowance or on the border of our property right there along Edward? Are any of these significant trees that would be considered township oriented trees, Mara?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm actually not sure. I think the tree preservation plan will help us with that and will help us identify which ones would be. Of course, one of the things we have to consider as well is log grading and drainage, is because we need to ensure that it's always a balance between trying to protect trees and then still allowing development to go ahead and also to engineer the site so there's no negative drainage onto anybody else's property. So we'll definitely take a look at it, and when we bring it back to council with the site plan, we can have that discussion again.
Right. Okay. I'm just looking to you, Tom. Do you know of anything in there that's it's always a touchy subject, and I know I can speak to what Dan mentioned in our last budget meeting about some of these trees are kind of on borders, right, Tom?
Yeah, thanks to Councillor Leishman for bringing it up. It's one of the questions I had with regards to the 65-meter setback off of north of Edward Street. But to answer your specific question, I've been through that a lot. I would say, if we're lucky, one or two, but nothing significant. I think we should make the assumption in the program. I mean, if they're on the township property, you still have the same issue in terms of designing your stormwater management pond, which is the shallow portion to the west of the true pond. And in the site plan, we might have to make a change to the stormwater management pond. And that's always a compromise. So, however, just to finish that topic, I have a series of questions I'll ask later, but just in response to that, we do have a restriction in this zoning. Went from 68 down to 65, but that's not material. That there is no encumbrances, no building of any kind on the landscape buffer. So it's that area that the neighborhood here would be interested in preserving because of the sight lines, because the plan was laid out so well, and still is, that if it was possible to save some of those trees, it would soften the look of the buildings in the back, simply because the height of the trees at Edward Street would actually filter. It wouldn't completely block, but it would filter the look of the grounds, and I think it would enhance the grounds. So I'm glad to see that we have the landscape buffer preserved in this one. But I'll ask my questions later.
Mara wanted to comment. Go ahead, Mara, and then we can go back to you, Tom.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just one thing I do want to, just the reality of redevelopment sites is that particularly as you get trees that have larger root systems, the bigger they are, the wider the drip zone, the wider the root ball of them. And when you have high water table, you tend to get shallow roots. And as soon as you get equipment in there, often that can damage the roots. So the tree may survive a year or two, but I've seen many, many a times where just the disturbance of equipment on a property can, in 3 years' time, the tree starts to die. And then it has to come down when the buildings are all around and so on. So obviously we will definitely do our best, but I just want you to understand there is a reality when it comes to saving trees on development sites. It does get to be tricky. I have certainly seen situations where we've certainly in Wasaga Beach in particular, when I worked there, where we left very tall standing trees between houses. And then later the owners had to come in and hire experts to scale the trees and bring them down because they had died later. And that was very, very expensive, and the homeowners weren't too happy with us in the end. So just something to be aware of. There is a reality there. So that's all I want to say.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go right to Councillor Patterson because he mentioned that. I'm just looking, is there anybody else with any questions? All right, Councillor Patterson, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think, again, to put a final point on the trees, that's why I feel that we have an opportunity here with the 65-meter setback and buffer. But it's true. When you disturb the growth, it's hard to cull the trees. But in terms of the suggestion, I hope that planning asks the developer that the tree preservation done be a certified arborist. Because the real question is even if I was able spatially to save that tree, if I have to cut the brush in the smaller trees around it, will that tree survive? Even if it falls in a safe spot. So I think we're aware of that, but I would say if there's one public concern that I've heard expressed over and over again is it's a shame. It's nice to see the building coming. We need it. It'd be a shame if we cut all those trees down. And so that is something that we're going to discuss more. If I may then carry on. On the landscape buffer, I'm glad to see the rock or masonry wall preserved at the south end of the parking lot that runs parallel to Edward Street. 1 meter, I suppose, is high enough. It was really intended to be obviously a barrier for parking lights, headlights and that sort of thing going into the neighborhood. So just had a question whether or not meter was high enough, but that's a design question. But just want to register that question. On the buffer, it says nothing to encumber except for utility structures. There used to be, maybe Mike can answer this, there used to be the thought that there would be a small pump house, forced main pump house. And it seemed to me that it used to be on that buffer, about halfway down the 200-meter frontage on Edward Street. Is that gone now? It's not on the site plan. It's not on the plan. At least.
Roz, go ahead first. Then I see Mike join us. Go ahead, Roz.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and sorry, Mike, for butting in, but it's just that I think what Tom has to understand is that this is a new developer, and so what has happened in the past, it may be followed, but we don't know yet because we don't have the site plan in front of us. Yeah. So that may be an option, but staff don't know that at this point, so.
Okay.
Does that help, Tom, in that regard, regarding that little building?
Well, it's just a question. I mean, when it comes, Rosalind's right, and I do understand.
There will be a building.
That when the site plan comes, that'll be a question. And so rather than do the engineering design with that question in mind, I would hope that planning would say to the developer, there's been a question whether or not we need to put that pump house in. Okay, so.
Okay, so let's pause right there and go right to Mike because he's come in twice now. Go ahead, Mike. What do you got to comment on the little pump house, sir?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Patterson. The original developer did not want to house the equipment within one of the buildings. That's our first choice. Backflow preventer and a water meter is all we're talking about. When you get into a large site, it takes up quite a bit of space, like like the size of a large television kind of thing, that much wall space. This developer may have different ideas. One of those outdoor chambers, heated, above ground, backflow preventer, water meter, that's about $100,000 touch. I never understood why the original developer chose that method, but like Rosalind said, we don't know what this developer wants to do with that equipment, and we'll talk to them about that.
Good, thank you for that. Good answer. When we have the H5, we've got the holding on it now. That holding, again, we'll understand developers, and they're going to be held up right now because of the servicing, but they'll be anxious to build. And is there any suggestion that in the interim, there's going to be any preparatory work on the site allowed, or will the whole H5 hold until sign off on the draft plan?
Mara, that'll be for you, I think, isn't it?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll give it a shot, and if I get it wrong, I'm sure Rosalind will let me know. I do not believe we have any request at this point to do any site preparation. So I think that's where we are right now. And typically we don't like site preparation to happen until really they're actually ready to do construction. And typically we like even better to have our site plan entered into with council, and then we also know what trees might be preserved and that sort of thing.
That makes sense. Okay, Roz is good. Go ahead, Roz.
Yes, and I'll just, thank you, Your Worship. I'll just follow up. There is no draft plan approval on this, Tom. It's going to be going through a site plan. So in this case, we will be very sensitive in terms of how things develop on this site, because we will want an approved site plan. We will not be allowing any sort of works to occur because there isn't really an avenue for that in this case. That's because we're going through a site plan approval process as opposed to a subdivision or condominium approval where sometimes we do pre-servicing. We may allow some of that. But in this case, I would say that we would probably just move forward with the site plan, and there won't be any works done until that occurs.
Okay, thank you for that. And the last thing is just a comment. I appreciate the thoroughness in which this report came to council. For those of us that know this file, it saved me a lot of work having to go back to the other plan. You laid it out very nicely, what changed and what didn't. And so I appreciate that a lot. And I appreciate your comments about the landscape buffer and the tree, and your comments just now about really making sure that the site plan is the documents, because we don't have the draft plan to do. So appreciate that. Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you, Councillor Patterson. Yes, Rosalind, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to point out too that because it isn't a subdivision doesn't mean that it won't go through the same sort of rigorous tests that we would put through a subdivision. So there will be still the same sorts of studies that come in: architectural, the landscaping, the tree inventory, the grading and drainage, the stormwater management. And rest assured that we will keep the developer held to the same sort of standards that we would with a subdivision. It's just a different tool in which to move forward with. And I have I know I've been working with their team, and they are very eager to move forward and to make all the submissions that we would like them to make, because they really do want to get building. So they're very anxious themselves to get moving, and I think they want to make a good product as well. So leave it at that.
All right, Tom, you flashed one more time. Final.
One more comment. Just the fact if it survives our budget process, we do have a tree a canopy renewal program, and this might be the first time we can use it with an application. So just a friendly reminder.
Perhaps. Thank you. Any other members of council? All right. Seeing none, I just want to throw a comment in there to Roz and Mara and all the staff that worked on this. I really appreciated your thoroughness in your answers to public commentary. I thought that was the comments were important, and I appreciated hearing them. And I thought your answers were very good and very helpful in this process. So I want to thank you for taking that extra time to answer those public questions in such a professional manner. And I think that speaks well to how the department operates with every application. So thank you for that. Good job. Members of council, there's a motion in front of you. We've got a mover and seconder. I'm prepared to call the motion. Thank you, staff. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, moving on. We're on page 4. This is the hold symbol on 2780-34 Side Road. Recommendation, be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby 1, receive report CS 055-2020 for information regarding the lifting of a hold symbol, and item 2, pass a zoning bylaw amendment to the Township of Clearview zoning bylaw 0654, being bylaw 20-83, to remove the hold H21 symbol for the lands municipally known as 2780-34 Side Road and legally described as part north half and south half of Lot 3, Concession 4, 51R 42472 Part 2, formerly in the Township of Sunnydale, now in the Township of Clearview. A mover and seconder on the motion. That'd be the Deputy Mayor and Mr. Broderick. Staff, would you like to speak to this hold symbol release? Who's got it? That Roz again. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, similar, you've had my report. I'm just here to answer questions. Happy to, entertain any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Roz. Members of the staff or council, or is there anything that you'd have questions for the staff? Mr. Lamers, I see. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Now, to Roslyn, or if there's anybody from Lafarge there, but we've been fighting with them for years to get that yard cleaned up. And to my satisfaction, they're not moving very quickly at getting that cleaned up. They came to us a year or two ago about something, and we asked them to clean the yard up, and they started and just left it at that. It's still a big mess there.
Perhaps Mara or Roz, would you like to go ahead on that?
I'm happy to take it. We have finalized the consents, and I think if there's other concerns that we have with respect to clean yards, then certainly let us know specifically what they are. Maybe send us an email and we can take a look and see what we can do.
Yes. Go ahead, John.
They've known for a year. We had a site meeting there with them that they were to clean up, and they still haven't cleaned that up when we stood there in the yard and pointed out things to them.
Mara, Roz?
Yeah, I think I might need Rosalind's help a little bit with this. Thank you, Your Worship. And I think there were certain things that were allowed to remain, and then everything else had to be cleaned up. And I'm really racking my brain on my memory here, but I believe that there was some pile of rubble that they were going to be relocating once they had, I think it was going to be used for fill or something like that. I'm trying to recall. And then I think the little building was staying, but I think they did everything else that was asked of them. So there was a lot of give and take at that site meeting. And they certainly did. I think my understanding is that they did everything that we asked them to do at that time.
Right. And if I'm not mistaken, John, they continue to have the zoning or hold the zoning on the pit area of the facility. This property has been separated and is given consent, and that's why the H is being proposed at this time. So this particular property is not within that area that was questionable that we had that site meeting on. Rosalind, is that correct? I think that's what we're looking at.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. That is correct. This is the property that is over on the 3-4 side road, fronts on. And I might just add that the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestries, I believe, have actually surrendered their license on this property. And that is why we're moving forward with this application at this point. It really has nothing to do with the clean area on the site on the other lands, although I appreciate Councillor Lamer's concern. I would reiterate what Mara said. If there are some other things that you'd like us to have them address, then we certainly can look at that. But at this time, we have cleared the conditions on the consent. Those properties have actually been given their certificates. And as far as I'm aware, we followed whatever council's direction was on that. So we're talking about two separate things. And this is the lift of the hold, which is the applicant has actually followed the direction of council through getting their clearance from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestries to surrender their license. And that is what's coming before you tonight.
Yeah, that's covered in the report very well. John, is that clear to you that what we're doing here?
I think that cleaning up the yard was still specific to some of that too. Like they've got the cement blocks all taken out of there, but that pile of rubble is still sitting in the middle of the yard that was to be crushed and cleaned up and moved.
Okay. Well, again, over to Mara, but again, I mean, they've surrendered the license on this particular lot, and that's why it's in front of us today. It's not part of that other parcel. So I get what you're saying, John, because it's been a frustrating file for sure. I know it has been. Tom wants to jump in. I'm sure he does too. But Mara, just to clarify that last point about the separate lots.
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship. To Rosalind's point and to your point, that this lot is separate lot now, and so we can't actually hold up lifting the holding symbol on this property because of some rubble that's located on the, the parent property, Lafarge's property, because they're now separate properties. But we'd be happy to give Lafarge a call and talk to them about where they are with respect to that rubble. We can do that probably this week, but as far as this application before you this morning or this evening, that shouldn't affect it.
Thank you. You're comfortable, John, or do you want to? We'll bring this up at another time.
Yeah, I'm still not comfortable with it because they keep asking. They do a little bit of what we ask them to do, and then they come back and ask us for more stuff, and they do a little bit, but they just like prolonging everything.
I feel your pain. I really do. I really do. My advice to you would be to bring forward a motion, even subsequent to this motion, where we ask them to reconsider some work on that site if you want. But I think the point is that we have a responsibility to the property owners to address this request, and the report outlines what our staff advice is on this lifting of the age at this time for that site. Okay. All right. Thank you. Councillor Patterson, I saw you flash here a couple of times. I know you want to jump in on this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was going to make the suggestion that that we do just that, and I'll let John consider it and bring it forward. I'd certainly be prepared to second it. However, one question before in your report, Rosalind, you do say that the lands, the license from the remaining lands, Lafarge can make application. When you say the other lands, do they still own the lot in question?
Rosalind, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, through your worship. So do you mean the subject lands of the application before you, or the remnant lands or the lands around it to the larger lands?
The lands with the hold on it.
The subject lands.
Yes.
So they currently own all of the land?
Yes. Okay, so we're not endangering another party. This is simply we're talking about Lafarge having all the land. Because I agree with John.
To be clear, the lots are separately conveyable.
Yes.
So it is possible that someone will potentially be another owner of the lands, right? Because the lands are 3 separate parcels at this point. They are all currently owned by Lafarge, but they've created lots.
Well, thank you for that. Yes, it is 2 or 3 different planning acts, but it's one relationship between a township and a corporate business. And I'm frustrated, like John, that they just keep ignoring our request. So again, I would support a letter, a firm letter, but I think we should be detailed and basically itemize what we want and when we want it. Personally, I'm in deference to that, I won't be supporting this, granting their application. They can apply, but we still have the wherewithal to agree. And until we see them in a better relationship, quite frankly, committing and then not following through, and then coming and asking us for something and forcing us to have this discussion again, I say no.
All right, thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mayor is next, and then the Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I absolutely understand where council is coming from on this, and it's council's prerogative to make the decision. I would just say professionally that the applicants have met the requirements to lift the hold. So from a planning point of view, it is completely black and white. They met the requirements. The only person that can appeal to LPAT, the non-lifting of this holding, is the person that owns the property, which at this time is Lafarge. However, tomorrow it could be sold to somebody else. We don't know if they have a purchase and sale agreement in the works or not. But I'm just saying from a professional point of view, our recommendation is they met the requirements and the holding, we are recommending that the holding be lifted.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I agree with what Mayor just said. So this item, the MNR has approved the separation this from the state, from the licensed site. So it is no longer part of that site. So it's a separate identity now. It may be owned by Lafarge, but my understanding is there is an offer to purchase on it, conditional the H get lifted off because there is somebody who wants to build on the property. So, and I suggest if we were to go to an LPAT hearing, we'd spend a lot of money and lose because they have met all the requirements based on what they were asked to do for that piece of property. We're not talking about the rest of the quarry area, but that piece of property, they've done what they're required to do, and for us to hold it up is going to be a mistake. So I'm supporting the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there anybody else that would like to comment at this time? All right, I'm going to acknowledge, thank you, staff, for working on this file. Sometimes a simple thing like lifting an H can be very complicated, so I appreciate your professionalism. Members of council, you've got a mover and seconder on the file, or on the motion, so I'm prepared to call the motion. All those in favor? Are there those opposed? Yeah, the motion will carry. Thank you very much. All right. And the last item in your category, staff from Planning and Development, is the street naming report for the Manortown Homes, which is just located here on the east side of Stayner, not far from our fire hall. CS 057, recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby 1, receive report CS 057 2020 for street naming in the Manortown Homes, Inc. And item 2, request staff to proceed with the required notice of the naming of 2 public streets for the Manortown Homes subdivision, file number 2017-063 SD, prior to the preparation of the bylaw in accordance with the Municipal Act. Okay, a mover and seconder on this report. That'll be Mr. Walker, and Mr. Broderick. Thank you very much, councilors. Mara, can I just comment quickly? I think that our list of extensive names is amazing. And I think that if I could just put a little bug in your ear as a work detail for some time in the next 2 years to bring forward an opportunity for council to have a little workshop about other future names. Because as I've stated before, there's a lot of historic names in our community, but there's also a lot of significant Canadians that are from our community as well that maybe we should be considering for naming of streets. So I'd like to have an opportunity to expand the naming list in the future. So that's something I'd like to see. Any questions of Mara in regards to this report? No? All right. Council, we've got a mover and seconder. We're about to name a street. All those in favor? Oh, okay, we're already voting here. Those in favor? And those opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mara.
Thank you.
Thank you to Mayor Ken Ferguson as well. Okay, let's go to our Culture and Recreation reports at this time. Terry Vachon is joining us. Hello, Terry. Certainly, I'm sure you have had a super busy day today as our community moved into the red zone, which directly impacted recreation. So I'll read this report. We'll get a mover and seconder, and then we'll vote on it. And then perhaps we'll have an opportunity to have a quick discussion, Terry. So PCR 020, arena advertising fees. Recommendation, be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby 1, receive PCR 020-2020 arena advertising fees report for information. And item 2, approve not charging advertising fees at the 2 community arenas for the 2020-2021 season. All right, and that'll be moved by Councillor Lamers, seconded by Councillor Leishman. Lamers and Leishman. Terry, would you like to speak to your report for a little bit there?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. Very quickly, this is obviously due to the COVID pandemic. The Creemore Arena remains closed. Nobody's in the arena, and of course, the Stayner Arena, there's no fans, there's no opportunity for the advertisement to be exposed. So our recommendation to council is to waive this year's fees, and we estimate fees being approximately 24,000 between both arenas. So yeah, I'll answer any questions that council may have, Your Worship.
All right, members of council, any questions to the report? I am going to ask Terry some questions about the arena after this report, but is there any questions specific to this report? Okay, I've got a question to you, Terry, specific to this report. Are there any fees that we have already attained as a result of setup? Particularly, I'm thinking of the on ice advertising setup. Have we had to deal with some expenses in that regard, or have that already been covered by some of the advertisers?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, we haven't incurred any expenses with the on ice advertising. The on ice advertising is a reusable logo that gets used every year. So yeah, there was no cost other than obviously staff time. There was no extra expenses with respect to the on ice advertising.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we had to create anything new this year. I know that the Lions Club are there, and Leave Exit Realty, and certainly the Clearview logo is on there. So I just wanted to check if we had incurred any additional expenses for this season, but we have not.
Yeah, and if I could further clarify, Your Worship, the advertising companies actually paid for their own logos.
Fair enough.
They were paid for that. Part of the deal is that they pay an annual rental fee, and they pay for their own logo. So a couple of years ago, we got their logos changed to a new type of material that's friendlier with ice. And all the advertisers actually pay for their logo. We have put it back in this year's ice to make it look nice, obviously, but yeah, we haven't charged them yet.
Got it. Okay. Any questions, council? All right. It's pretty straightforward motion, part of pandemic response. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And the motion carries. Thank you very much, council. Terry, since you're here, can you comment on operations at the arena? I know we've gone to Red, and I know that our friends at the Clearview Canucks, the minor hockey organization, they had to make some difficult decisions. Can you just outline for council what's been going on there as of today?
Yes, absolutely, Your Worship. So as council knows, we are officially in the red restriction effective today. The Clearview Minor Hockey, as Your Worship mentioned, they have made a decision to postpone their season until the new year. So sometime in the first or second week of January. We're still in discussions with them to help them in the future to pull off their program. But there's so much unknown going on that it's very hard for them and anybody to make long-term decisions. So we're still working with them though. At the same time, we are the Clearview figure skaters. They're still going to be using the ice this week and a little bit of next week. And we're going to be taking a week off between the Christmas holidays and the New Year's, that 1 week. And also the Skate Georgian Bay and the Standard Siskins as well will continue to use the ice in the modified fashion, being that they're allowed 10 players on the ice plus 2 coaches. As per the health unit guidelines. So yeah, so we do have a few users that are still interested in using the ice and renting the facility. And at the same time, all the men's league type of rentals, Your Worship, they have been canceled during the red pandemic because the red restrictions has it that no games are allowed. So all the men's league are postponed until we move back into the orange.
Okay, so just want to clarify before the deputy mayor jumps in. The restriction that you're following comes from the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit, and it's supported by the Ontario directives. 10 athletes and 2 coaches is the maximum persons that would be inside the facility outside of our staff. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay, there you go. Okay. Makes it really difficult to use a recreational facility like that, but I understand it's tough. Deputy Mayor, you want to ask a question or comment?
I actually have a question. So those guidelines of 10, but that was when we were in the orange factor. Did those guidelines not change once we became red? Can you confirm that?
Through Your Worship, to Deputy Mayor Burton, In the orange, it was actually 25. Actually, it was 50 within the building. The new red restriction puts it down to 10. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think there's always been some confusion. Of course, every restriction in this whole COVID thing has been a confusion. The number of people in a building, I mean, it's, a restaurant can have 10 patrons, only 4 at a table. Even our facility here, we can have only 10 people in our public space in our building. Not that we have had ever 10 people in here at one time, I don't think, but that's the kind of restrictions that we're dealing with. And so the arena allows 10 athletes or skaters and 2 coaches, and that's it. And again, no parents, no spectators, nothing. Okay. Well, good luck. And thank you to the staff that are working. Obviously, it's a difficult time, and we appreciate them going through this. So I hope that they're remaining safe, and hope you guys have a good season. Thank you, Terry. Okay, we've got another report in your category, though, so let's talk about that one. Actually, it's not directly from you, but it's kind of related to you, Terry. This one actually is from the HR department, which is a result of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. So Tammy's here, but Terry, why don't you stay with us? Recommendation. Hello, Tammy. Recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby direct the Manager of Human Resources to update the facility accessible design standards document to reflect the recommendation of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. And item 2, receive the recommendation from the Accessibility Advisory Committee to consider a phased-in approach when appraising the long-term plans regarding the small hall renovations becoming AODA compliant. All right, so we'll get a mover and a seconder, get it officially on the floor. Can I have a mover and a seconder on this motion? Okay, so that's everybody's there. McKechnie and Walker. Thank you. Tammy, can you outline for us the results of that accessibility meeting?
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, everyone. So the Accessibility Advisory Committee had the opportunity to discuss a report that was provided by Burnside. And Burnside has just had the opportunity in the last year to use the FADS document to take an assessment of the renovations required during the renovation and making the building accessible. And that was for the Sunnydale Small Hall. And so until this point, so the FADS document was adopted by Council in February of 2016 and has been used numerous times to create new buildings under the FADS document. But this past year, this was the first opportunity to use the FADS document when looking at a renovation. And so during that time, we learned some things about our FADS document, and it's an opportunity for us to update it. There are a couple things that were in contradiction to the building code, unbeknownst to us in February of 16, as well as some opportunities where during a renovation, maybe we don't need to address those items as we would have in a new build. And so those are the recommendations that the Accessibility Committee is putting forward for Council to consider to adjust the FADS document by. And so that's the chart captured in the report.
All right, thanks very much, Tammy. Terry, would you have any comment about how this, the second part of this motion in regards to a phased-in approach, how that may be exercised when we're looking at AODA compliant materials? Given the pretty extensive report we got from Burnsides about each of our facilities, I'm not sure how we would institute that. It would be something we'd have to discuss with the engineers, Terry. I'm just wondering.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, it's something that would have to be discussed with the engineer as well as the Accessibility Committee. The proposed phased-in approach is, as Ms. Gill had mentioned, it's a learning and process, as we move forward with the small halls and finding out what sticks and what doesn't. So that's the best way we know how to do it at this point in time. But yeah, I mean, we have to work with RG Burnsides to iron out which exact items are the ones that need to be phased in and which one can be removed or which ones can be implemented at a later date.
For sure. Well, I would suggest that doing renovations on any old building, you kind of have to be flexible as you go along, because once you open something up, pull a wall apart or something, you might find all kinds of things that are beyond that you had expected. So I appreciate that. Tammy, you want to add something?
Yes, please, Your Worship. And so through the conversations of the Accessibility Committee, one of the suggestions with the approach to phased in and realizing, we're not building experts or we're not contractors, but the goal of the Accessibility Committee is truly to allow people in the facilities and allow them to participate in the events that are happening there. And maybe the consideration of using a kitchen or using the back room or the mechanics of the building, maybe something that could be considered later if renovation permits. I think the goal is really just to get folks in our community into the buildings and able to use them during our events.
Very good.
It's the first goal, excuse me.
Okay, I get it. All right, members of council, any questions? I'm sorry I dominated there for a minute. Is there anybody who's got any questions? Councillor Walker, I saw you had your card up earlier in an earlier discussion, and I apologize, I went past you. So, Bob, did you have any questions or comments?
No, we're good, thanks.
Thank you very much. Hi to Judy. Okay, members of council, no further questions? All right, thank you, Tammy, for your work on that, and thank you to Councillor Broderick also, who sits on that committee and serves representing it. So, members of council, we got a mover and seconder. I'm prepared to call the motion. Any further? All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. It's always good to review documents like FADs. Good job. All right, over to the CIO's department in regards to digital Clearview newsletter councilor blog situation. Something that we have talked about in the past, and this should be interesting. Resolution, be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby 1. Receive report CIO 06-2020 regarding the digital Clearview newsletter and council blog for information. And item 2, direct staff to publish the Clearview newsletter 3 times annually on clearview.ca and distribute it digitally via email with printed copies available at the Clearview Public Library branches and at the Administration Center. Item number 3 is approve the creation of a council blog platform on clearview.ca entitled Council Corners, allowing Clearview Council to communicate with residents online and via email when it is timely to do so. Okay, members of council, I'll look for a mover and seconder, and then we'll bring Mr. Sage in. Oh, and Drew's here too. Councillor Broderick, Councillor Patterson. Very good. Mr. Sage and Drew. Hello, Drew Hale. Nice to see you. Steve, do you want to lead this, or are you going to put this all to Drew?
I'll give a little bit. I need to be cautious. Drew is the expert in the field, so I'll try not to step on what she knows that I certainly don't know. But why are we here, council? So, Can
I interrupt you for a minute, Steve, just for a second? If everybody would just acknowledge the deputy mayor has got his camera looking out at the firefighters doing their community.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, they're out there doing their drive-by. So I don't think they're arriving at his house for any type of medical reason, but certainly, thanks, Barry, for showing us that. Go ahead, Steve. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, as you know, the Clearview newsletter with respect to council and some members of the public is over the years been a little on the contentious side, whether it was warranted, whether it wasn't warranted, whether it was used, whether it wasn't used. But council gave us some clear direction a couple of budgets ago to no longer, I think it was Councillor McKechnie who may have moved that original motion, to not print the newsletter and to develop a system for council to have another forum to interact with our taxpayers. So I think Drew's report is excellent. I think the newsletter side of her report, I highly doubt if that will create much conversation. I could be wrong. But what council really needs to consider is Drew's done a lot of work with respect to looking at what other municipalities are doing for council interaction. And I know Drew will speak to it, but what is a little bit unique about your request, council, is the fact that you wanted it on the website platform. And when it's on our website, so you have 10,000 different ways to interact on social media. You have email, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all those things that you can use yourselves. But putting it on our website has created some programming, and challenges. So I'm going to have Drew share with you what she's learned across the industry. And I think the contentious issue tonight will be something that she may not have put in her report, and I'm pretty sure she's going to speak to it. So with that, I'll let Drew go through the report.
All right. Drew Hale, nice to have you join us at council. Do you want to review some of the content of your report for us, please?
Thank you, Mayor Measures. I'll just kind of hit on a few highlights to take you through. So as Steve mentioned, this was based on a council resolution from last year to digitize the newsletter. So I will just share my screen with you as I kind of talk so you can see what it might look like, both elements, the newsletter and the council blog. So first of all, before we came up with any of our recommendations, I did do a bit of research across Ontario and also across the country to see what other municipalities were doing, how they were sharing content. With respect to the newsletter, email is quite a common way to do that. People are very familiar with it. I suspect even more so after this year. In fact, we've had a 57% increase, and that was as of November, for email subscriptions here in Clearview. So I do believe that's something people are comfortable with and that they'd be open to receiving the newsletter digitally through email. And then in addition to that, we would place it on the website. There's quite an interesting tool which we have access to called Issue, and it allows us to digitally publish it so that you can look at it as if it were physically in front of you, flipping the pages open, clicking on any links to take you to event pages or whatever it was that we were speaking about. So that part I think is pretty cool. And I do hope that residents would enjoy it. And in addition to being placed here, it would be emailed out as well. So just to give you an idea of how it would work and how it would read. And also we have to be cognizant of accessibility. So we would make sure that accessible versions were also available to make it easy for everybody to access the content. And then the archives would also be available. So if I move on to the council webpage, we have a mock-up that our web company has provided us. So you can see how that can function. And this also, there was quite a wide range of what people were doing across Canada and across the country. I believe if we go ahead with our on-website blog, we'll be one of the only ones to give counselors a platform like this housed within the corporate website. And as Steve mentioned, that does raise some concerns, a couple things. I believe Pam might speak to one, but one thing is that we do need to be cognizant of the fact that anything published will be considered an official record of the township. And also we have to make it clear that the views expressed by the councillors are their views and not the views of the township, which is why you'll see here this disclaimer that will be placed. And the intention would be for people to be able to easily locate their ward and thus their ward councillor. And if they wanted to drill down to that area, they would be able to use a drop down, which would show them, their councillor, all their contact information, and all their published content. They can easily subscribe to that content. They can come back and look at it whenever they like, or if they were to subscribe, then they would receive it in their email as soon as something was published. Another thing to note is that as they are council's views, the content would be written, edited, and published by council. Of course, training would be provided to you on how to access the platform and how to use it, and staff would be available to help. if you wished to have help. I think I've hit on all my main points. The one thing I will speak about is there is an issue for council to decide, and that's an issue that's common with blogs, but using it varies, and that's the comments. So providing the ability for people to comment on a post, as you can see in the report, would just allow them to comment on the website platform itself. So it doesn't really create a quality conversation between council members and between residents, when the intention of this is, I believe, to create quality conversations and to entice residents to reach out to council members. So as you can see in the report, our website company doesn't recommend the use of comments, but it is at council's discretion to use them if they wish. And I tend to agree with our website company as well.
If I could, Drew, just share what you learned from those that have had the comment section included in the past.
Yes, so I did speak to our web company about this as well, and every single municipality or user that they've worked with that has had the comments turned on has subsequently asked for them to be removed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Drew. Oh, good, you've stopped sharing, that's great. Okay, well, first of all, thank you very much for the report, and thank you, Steve, for your work on it as well. I think we have, as Steve indicated in his opening comment, that the newsletter has been a contentious issue, I think, since 2006 at least. And so I recall Councillor Walker, you stating perhaps 2 years ago that when we published the newsletter and we sent it out in the mail, that the floor at the Stayner post office is littered with them. As people pick them up out of their mailboxes, they're literally all over the floor. I would imagine that would be similar perhaps in the Creemore post office. I pick up my mail at the Nottawa store, and the staff there are pretty efficient at making sure there's nothing left on the floor. They also give you hell if you don't pick it up. So anyway, so that's an interesting commentary on the paper newsletters. So on the surface, I very much support the idea that we publish this electronically and have it available. If people want it as a newsletter printed, we could print it off for them anytime, or we can have some copies available, 25 or 30 here at the office that when they've expired, they simply go into the recycle bin. And that perhaps is a little more environmentally conscious. Anyway, those are my opening comments. I'm hoping that members of council have some commentary they'd like to add to this, because this is obviously something we want to talk about. Mr. McKechnie is there.
Thank you, Your Worship. Drew, thank you very much. And yes, I was one of the ones that have brought this forward initially, and I'm glad to see that we're progressing on it. Just a couple of comments regarding the newsletter. I know when you went through it, that's a similar format to the Echo to the online Creemore Echo, and it's not that difficult to use. And so yeah, I'm happy with that. The views of council disclaimer for the councillor blog. Did we, and I think that that's necessary. I think that we should have a disclaimer in there saying that these are just the views of council. But on the newsletter, when we had a written or the printed newsletter, was there a disclaimer there for our little corner of our little bit? Anyone know?
Could you answer that?
There was not, and the reason I believe that it was not included in the newsletter is that content was reviewed and approved by the CAO's department before being published, whereas this content would be published completely independently of staff.
Okay, thank you. I got a couple more questions. So, and how often on that councillor's blog, how often can we post? Like once every three times a year, I should say?
You'd be able to post whenever you wished. So you could publish daily if you'd like.
Okay, all right, good to hear. And how long can it be? We were limited to 150 words, and that was one of the problems I had before with the printed copy. First of all, I had a problem because there was only 150 words, and sometimes if I want to let rip, I need more than 150 words. And so anyway, can we use more than 150 words on this?
You certainly can. You would be limited to the size of a web page, which I believe is really unlimited. So.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, my last comment is that I agree we should not allow the public to comment on our blogs. However, I'd like to comment on a few of the other councillors' blogs, maybe. That could be interesting. But no, I agree. As much as I like input from the public and I welcome it, I think, you know, after watching comment or seeing things on Facebook, some of the comments on Facebook and such, I don't think that it would be appropriate to comment on our blogs. Otherwise, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't post a blog if I wouldn't blog at all if the public made comments, and some of the comments I've seen, you know, I would just not post. So I agree that we shouldn't allow the public to comment on their blogs. They have lots of ways to get in touch with us. They can phone us, they can email us, or they can put something on Facebook if they want some derogatory comment, which they do on Facebook. But I agree that we shouldn't allow them to comment on our actual blog. So anyway, thank you very much for moving this forward. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Doug. Appreciate those comments, and I look forward to commenting on your comments. I did see Councillor Patterson flashed a card, but Tom, I would like to go to the clerk. She's stepped into the meeting, and I want to acknowledge that she's joined us. I believe she has something she wants to add to this conversation. So let's go back to her. Go ahead, Pam.
Thank you, Your Worship. So when we talk about newsletters and we talk about blog sites, I just wanted to make mention of something that will be coming up in the next couple of years, and that's the election. And whenever we give members of council a tool to communicate with the public, I just want to make sure that everybody understands the rules of the Municipal Elections Act. And that is that you cannot use the blog site or the newsletter for campaign purposes. It has to be just for the position that you're currently holding. And I also wanted to make mention that you cannot put in a social media account into the blog or the newsletter that links to campaign information for a future campaign. So, you know, this is a good news story, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody had the same understanding as you move forward with this new process.
Any questions of Pam with that commentary? Okay, Tom, I'm going to give the floor to you. Go ahead, Tom.
Thanks, Drew, for bringing it forward. Yeah, your report's pretty comprehensive and meets what I think council was looking for. In my mind, I would go further than just agreeing with your comment. I do not want to start an exchange on our public website. So I do not want them to comment to me on the blog. It's somewhat faceless and very impersonal. It's why I don't follow social media, or else I'd use all the other tools that are at my disposal. I would do, though, as I do often, is I give out my email address. So I'm presuming that at the bottom of my emails, normally I put my my phone number, and I would be I'd be planning to put my phone number and my email number on my blog entry, and then we can carry on a conversation until we're exhausted.
Yes, and above all of your listed blogs, your contact information would permanently be there as well.
More than adequate for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sage is in here, and then I see Councillor Deneen. Go ahead, Steve.
Believe it or not, Drew answered the question, so great job.
Good job. All right. Councillor Deneen, go ahead.
Hi there. Through yourself, Your Worship, to Drew. On our blogs, as you're calling them, could there be the Discover Clearview posts. I'm only, I get them through other groups. I'm not linked to anything there, and I'm just wondering if that they could follow us as well under our blogs, that sort of thing, announcements and stuff. Could that be done, that it's automatically put on there for us?
Are you speaking about the Discover Clearview website news items or the Facebook? So these would be separate, but similar. So if you were to look at a news item on our website and open it up, that's what your blog would look like. It would look the same, and it would function the same. So when you were to publish it, it would email to any subscribers who had signed up for it. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I'm not techie enough for all this, but
well, I'm happy to have a call with you and we can talk it through.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other members of council would like to ask some questions of this important report. Okay, I'd like to add some commentary if I can. I believe the newsletter feature 3 times a year is appropriate. I think that the newsletter as it was last produced could do a little bit of a cleanup, and that is making sure that all of the councillors' communications lines, whether they be their email or their personal phone numbers. I know Councillor Patterson uses his personal cell phone number a lot for asking for people to communicate with them that way. So we generally don't use our extension numbers that are here at the administration center. I know that each of you have an extension number, and I don't even, maybe just a polling, who uses their extension number? You give that number out. Doug, you give it out. Okay. So there are a few people that do use it. That's great. Glad to see. Whenever I get a voicemail message on that extension, it comes up on my computer, I read it, and then I call the person back on my cell phone. I'm rarely ever picking up the phone here at the desk to actually use it. So yeah, it's funny how technology changes. So my thought is that the portion of Drew's report regarding the newsletter, I think I would ask council to support that we move forward with the newsletter, and we asked each of our councillors to contribute content 3 times a year for this. That would also task it would task Drew and the senior managers to come up with other content stories that lead the newsletter information on behalf of the corporation. And so I think that's an appropriate first step. So is there anybody want to talk about the newsletter specifically? Everybody comfortable with the newsletter portion specifically, or you got any questions on the newsletter portion? All right, members of council, you're looking great. So the next thing then is the councilor's blog, or the council members blog page. I think it's important that we have the opportunity to express ourselves and to share information that may be site specific to your individual areas, or sharing an opinion of something that's going on, or perhaps putting a celebration on there for something that's happening in our community. I think it's important for us to have that opportunity to do that. I would ask that it simply be brief. I think that having a long, huge letter that's an essay on subjects that would have to be reviewed by the CAO or the communications person to make sure that it's contains information that's not disparaging towards the corporation. We want to make sure that that's in there. So we have to have a little bit of a decorum and editing quality to it. But we want to make sure that our councillors know that they have to work within the guidelines of the Code of Conduct and our responsibilities to the Municipal Act. So all of those things are important if you wish to take on the responsibility of posting blog postings. And my last comment on that is I completely support the concept that if the public want to communicate with us, they have hundreds of ways of communicating with us. They don't need to be dropping their comments behind my comments. They can do that on Facebook, they can do that on Twitter, or they can phone me or send me an email. So I think that this it's not appropriate for us to do any type of interchange on this whole blogging system. So that's my comments there. Has anybody else got any comments on this? You guys have been really quiet. Really interested to see how this is going to go. Yes, Drew, you want to say something?
No, I'm good.
Okay, good for you. Steve? No? Okay. Members of council, you got a motion in front of you. I believe we've clarified our direction. Is there any clarification in the motion as far as there not being access to the public to respond to blogs? I don't think it's in there, so I don't think we need to worry about it. Is that correct? It's in the motion? Thank you. All right. Okay. So members of council, you prepared? All those in favor? And any opposed? All right. Well, the motion carries. We're going to create a newsletter, and we're going to create a bit of a council blog. So we'll see how that works out. To be reviewed. Thank you, Drew, for all your work. Merry Christmas to you if I don't see it. Okay, council, we're going to move on to our clerk's department. We've got a couple of items in our clerk's department that we need to discuss. And then we got to get way down here to our bylaws. So we still got some work to do. Okay.
Sorry, Your Worship, there's a report for finance there.
Yes, I see that. Finance, correct. There is a report. Property tax refunds. Recommendation be it resolved, the Council of the Township hereby one, receive section 357 property tax refunds report for information. Item 2, authorize the clerk through section 357 and 358 of the Municipal Act to process the cancellations, reductions, or refunds of property taxes for certain properties in the amount of $6,724.80 for the years 2018 to 2020 inclusive, as outlined in Appendix A. Property tax refunds. Anybody got a mover and seconder on that? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Walker, Kelly, have you got any comments you'd like to speak about the refunds?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is just the standard report for the 357, 358 refunds. The only comment is I apologize for the communication plan date error. It was December 14th that was sent out to the residents.
Yeah, got that part. Okay.
I'm available for any questions.
Any members of council, any questions in regards to these reports? All right, seeing none, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Thank you, and that motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for bringing that to my attention. Bottom of page 5, legislative searches. This is declare Butcher, Alice, and Eleanor Street surplus. Recommendation be it resolved. Council of the Township Clear, hereby one, declare Alice, Butcher, Eleanor road allowances, Plan 187 surplus to the needs of the township in accordance with the sale of lands, bylaw number 0464. And item 2, confirm sale to adjacent property owners for full appraisal cost, in addition to the cost of all legal and appraisal fee costs. And item 3, further that the sale be finalized upon receiving a survey commissioned at the purchaser's expense for Butcher Street. Okay, you guys know where these streets are? Although, can I have a mover and seconder? Deneen and McKechnie. Deneen and McKechnie. Madam Clerk, do you have any comment on the on these items?
Nothing, Your Worship, other than to say these road allowances were recently published in the Wasaga Sun and the Creamer Echo as part of our public transparency process under the municipal sale of land bylaw. So the public is aware that this is forthcoming.
Okay. I'm sure the public had no idea that we had a Alice Butcher Street in the township. Any further questions? I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, it's going on to 20 to 9, and we're going to get to a really good discussion now. Composition of council. A recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township hereby one, receive report council composition review for information. And item 2, proceed forward with public engagement on the following options. A, 5-ward option, 7-member council. B, 5 members elected at large for a 5-member council. C, 7-member elected at large for a 7-member council. Or D, maintaining the current ward system. And item 3, further approve the survey questionnaire to receive public input from electors. Okay, can I have a mover and seconder on the floor for this one? Deputy Mayor, Councillor McKechnie. Thank you. We'll let the clerk speak first and then, or Deputy Mayor, you want to go right away?
Yes, I have a question for Madam Clerk. Just to clarify, what this is saying is we don't have to pick one of these options tonight. Those are the options we're presenting to the public. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
So I just want to be clear, we're not picking one of those options tonight. Just these are the options we're going to show the public and let them decide and get their opinion via the survey, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Get those opinions from the survey, but make no mistake, and the public should be clear too, council has to make this decision. It's not up to the public to make the decision, it's up to this council to make this decision. So we will hear from the public as a result of the survey. So Madam Clerk, do you want to represent your report and open for questions? Go ahead, Pam.
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. So council recently undertook a ward boundary review dating back in 2013, so it wasn't too long ago. But with the regional review that has recently occurred, it's prompted councils all over Ontario to look at their size of council and to say, you know, are we the right size? Do we need to increase, decrease? What does that look like? And certainly this council has had some discussions through workshops about moving forward with a ward boundary review and, you know, looking at different options and looking at decreasing the size of council is one of those options. And also looking at different election methods on how members of council are elected. So this report reflects those discussions. And certainly those are the options that the clerk's office recommends putting out to the electorate to get their input so that council can make an informed decision. Most likely we'll be asking you to make a decision in March or April. I see the Deputy Mayor has a question.
Yes, if I may, so just to get clarification, because I think some of these options could be confusing to the public. So item number C is we say 7 members elected at large. Would those 7 members include the mayor and the deputy mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought it meant, but it's just not exactly. So C would be 5 members at large plus a mayor and deputy mayor. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So perhaps a little bit later on, Deputy Mayor, we do have a video that explains what the different forms of council, the options are. So maybe that'll help educate the public on how those options have been put together. So we've come up with a couple different scenarios, and we're also putting in maintaining the current ward system because maybe, you know, the public overwhelmingly likes the current system in place. So we do feel that that has to be an option. Included in your report as well is the list of survey questions that we've put together. So we have looked at other municipalities and kind of taken the best questions that we think they asked and put them together in a list. Because we're in the middle of COVID-19 and public participation is going to look a little bit different than it did in 2013. We will have electronic survey, but in addition to that, we'll also have some hard copies available throughout the community. And we're very fortunate that we have some really great partners in the community that will be providing us with places where people can drop off those surveys and put them in a box so we can gather that information as well too. The survey that's attached in the report, we will be changing up the format a little bit, but we just really think it's important for you to review the wording that we're going to be asking for people as well as the questions. Make sure everybody's in agreement that those are the types of input that you would like answers to from members of the public. Mara is available. So Mara, the Director of Community Services, was very helpful to me. She was able to come up with the updated numbers for each of the wards currently and what the different options look like. When we went back to 2013 and we looked at the work that Dr. Bob Williams did for the ward boundary review, for the 5-ward option, there was 2 different options that were available. But when the Director of Community Services looked at those numbers, the one set of numbers, and I think it was for 5A, was going to put too many electors in the 1 ward. So we had to eliminate that. So when we talk about the 5-ward option, which is option number A, there really is just 1 map that we're asking people for their input on. So with that, Your Worship, I'll turn it over to Mayor if she has any questions, and maybe before we entertain any more council questions, we'd like to show you a quick video that the clerk's office has put together, and special thanks to Drew Hale, Sarah Corbett, and Keller Reimer for all of their assistance in putting together this video.
You bet. All right, let's put the video on. I would ask all members to make sure your microphones are muted while the video is playing. Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, it fell away on me. Here it is. All right. Thank you for bearing with me.
Let's talk about the Clearview Ward Boundary Review.
What is it and why does it matter? What is a ward?
A ward is an area of the municipality. Your house, your neighbors, and your neighborhood are located in a ward. Currently, there are 7 wards in Clearview, with 1 councillor elected by the residents living in that area to represent the ward on Clearview Council.
The mayor and deputy mayor are elected at large, meaning that everyone in Clearview gets a chance to vote for these positions, regardless of where they live.
As populations change, it's important to review ward boundaries to ensure council representation is effective, equitable, and an accurate reflection of the people that live there. Clearview's ward boundaries were last reviewed in 2013. A lot has changed since then.
Prior to the next municipal election in 2022, council would like to review Clearview's ward boundaries and check in with residents to get their thoughts on council composition and the voting method, by ward or at large.
What is voting by ward?
Voting by ward means voting for 1 candidate to represent the area in which you live, in addition to voting for mayor and deputy mayor positions.
What is voting at large?
Voting at large means all voters in the township can vote for all seats up for election. If there are 7 councillor positions on council, voters can vote for 7 candidates in addition to the mayor and deputy mayor positions.
There are 4 options to consider. The first, a 5-ward system with the 7-member council, meaning the residents vote on 1 candidate to represent their ward and the mayor and deputy mayor positions.
5 members elected at large, meaning council would consist of mayor, deputy mayor, and 3 councillors where all Clearview residents vote for all 5 positions.
7 members elected at large, meaning council would consist of a mayor, deputy mayor, and 5 councillors where all Clearview residents vote for all 7 positions.
Or maintaining the current 7-ward system where residents vote on 1 councillor position to represent their ward and the mayor and deputy mayor positions.
This review will have a lasting impact on how you are represented at the municipal level, now and into the future. We need your help to answer some big questions about how you would like to be represented.
Have your say by filling out the Ward Boundary Review Survey located at www.clearview.ca/WBR. The deadline to submit the survey is February 28, 2021.
Thanks for watching.
I think that's my favorite part at the end. So again, thank you to Drew, Kale, and Sarah for working on that video. And we hope that it explains the different options that are available, as well as the different forms of voting in which members of the public could vote for their candidates and the public input that we're seeking. We do need a little bit of time to get it loaded up on the website, especially with the Christmas break just around the corner. So we are hoping to start the public input process with council's permission in January and run it right through to the end of February. We would run newspaper ads as well, just to let people know as well where the hard copy surveys are available. In addition, we would use social media outlets and definitely play this video as much as possible. We think it's a good description as to what we're asking the public to comment on, and certainly we would welcome all comments from the public on this matter. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Your Worship.
All right, well, thank you very much for all the work you've done on this, and I appreciate the fact that you reached back into our previous reports from 2013 that were pretty extensive. Myself, Councillor Walker, and Councillor Patterson were on council at that time, and there was quite a debate about it at that time across the community. So I'm really glad to see that we're able to bring some of that information forward, and we can allow members of the public to review it. All right, so I'm looking, I see Councillor McKechnie, and I'm looking for anybody else. Okay. Mr. McKechnie, go ahead, and then Deneen. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Pam and Brenda and Kayla and everybody for doing that. Just a couple of comments. First of all, I noticed on the addresses or the places where surveys can be dropped off at the following locations. And for Singhampton, you've got Singhampton Ultra Mart. I believe it's Singhampton Ultra Mar. It's so it doesn't have a T on the end of it. It's the Ultra Mar gas station. So secondly, and more importantly, like I have to admit, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, as my wife tells me, but I find the options a little bit confusing. And I'm a guy that's involved in this, the politician. So I mean, I understand them, but I had to read them a few times. And I'm putting myself into the position of, you know, a regular member of the community, and I'm thinking, I don't know if they're going to really understand these, and I'm thinking that we're going to get a lot of people just saying, oh, heck, I'm not sure about what all this means. So they're just going to tick off, maintain the current ward system. And so is there any way that we can simplify those options? You know, I wouldn't mind if you could have another look at simplifying them, and also maybe having them in a different order than what you have there under item 5 of your survey. Think about the order that you've got them in, and maybe trying to simplify them, because I'm just afraid that a lot of the people are going to say, I'm not really sure I understand this. So the current ward system seems to be working, so I'm just going to check that off. And so anyway, that's and when I looked at the video, I found the video a little bit confusing as far as those options go too. So anyway, those are my comments. Other than that, it's great, and I think it's I'm looking forward to it. But those are the 2 comments I have. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that critique, and that's important because we need to get feedback like that to help us make a decision. So thank you, Doug, for that. Councillor Deneen, you're next. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this issue? Councillor Deneen, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. My internet keeps throwing me out of the list here. I'm just on the same page pretty much as Councillor McKechnie. I'm thinking of my 80-something-year-old mother and her inability to actually follow that. And the papers it would go into, like the Stainer Sun and the Collingwood Connection, would you consider even putting up posters and maybe having things available at like the Nottawa store and stuff like that? That's where it would be accessible to them. And then a question, they can call you and ask you the questions after that. I'm sorry, this all threw me out and I couldn't follow up on it.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Counselor. So they will be available, the hard copies will be available at local outlets. And I think possibly maybe we have too many options available. So if council is thinking that we have too many options available, then certainly we could take one or two out. So I'll leave that in council's hands. Certainly we can look at it again and see if we can communicate it in a better way, what the different options are. But maybe we do have too many, and that's why it's good to come back to a forum like this to get a second perspective.
Okay, maybe I got a question then, if I can just interrupt. Councillor Leishman, you're next, and then Deputy Mayor. But Pam, is there a requirement in the Municipal Act as to what the minimum number of councillors would be for a municipality our size?
Yes, so the minimum members of council can be 5. And because of the Simcoe County governance structure, we are required to have a mayor and deputy mayor position. So the lowest number of members of council would be 5, with a mayor, deputy mayor, and 3 members of council.
Okay. And just for everyone's reference, one of our neighboring municipalities, the Council of Essa, has a 5-member council like that. So they operate with a 5. And then immediately next door to us in Wasaga Beach, they operate with a 7. And then immediately next door to us again in Collingwood, they operate with 9, same as us. So all of those options that are presented, if you take out the at-large or ward, the number of members is all in this list of options available. Councillor Leishman, you're next, and then the Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Connie.
Thank you. I looked at this and I pulled out all my information that I had saved from the last time we did this in 2013. And
Yes,
I know
you were there. No, I apologize. That's right, Connie, you were there. I apologize. Good.
No, I wasn't a counselor, but I was a citizen who was very engaged.
Yes, you were. I remember that.
So I think there's going to be a lot of people like myself that are quite engaged, especially now since we're on YouTube. I think the video was quite good. I wasn't confused, but then again, I've been through the process already. And I think really people will take notice of what's going on. They will not ignore this, trust me, because I've already heard lots of people saying, why do you have 7 people on? Why do you have 7 counselors? Why do you have so many? Why are you spending so much? You know, so I think we're going to hear from them. Don't worry about it. I think people will definitely make mention. So no, I have no problem with this. I think it's time that we reviewed it. I was surprised to see the 5-member because we've never ever talked about going that low, but why not? We need to put that option out there. I think they're good options and I've liked what you've done. Thank you so much for all your work.
Excellent. I see Steve Sage has joined us. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, so Pam, my opinion, this is an excellent report. Well done, and you can tell you know your stuff when it comes to this. Just even the way you talked about it, that was awesome. But so when we talk about the little bit of confusing side, I don't think it's confusing at all. I think the recommendation is confusing, but I'm sure council can figure that out. Pam, if you look at your comment section where you have A, B, C, and D listed, you put that in the newspaper and there everybody will understand. So you have clearly laid out what the makeup of council is in those 4 options. You haven't laid it out the same in the recommendation to council. That's fine. The public's not going to see that. But if you publish the options as you've listed out in your comment section, to Councillor Leishman's point, those residents who do care about it will understand it. And I think the way you've highlighted it in your comments would work perfect.
Awesome. Good point, Steve. Thank you. All right, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you're up next. Anybody else? Deputy Mayor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, Pam, I have no problem with the options you put forward, but I'm with Councillor McKechnie. Like, I would go for option A, I would go 5-ward option plus deputy mayor and mayor. 5 members elected at large. That would be 3 councillors plus mayor and deputy mayor. I think you need to clarify that those options include mayor and deputy mayor. And because when you just call it a 7-member council, I think people will get confused. And I'm with Doug there. So I think that's no problem with what your options are. I just think you need to clarify that the mayor and deputy mayor is included in that.
Yeah, so I think CAO Sage said it best in the comments and analysis. It is actually broken out and defined. So I do think that members of the public would have a greater understanding by looking at that, exactly what is entailed in each option for members of council.
Very good. Thank you. I see Councillor McKechnie is back. Is there anybody else? I'm looking at the John and John. I don't see you guys jumping in. Walker's next too. Go ahead, Doug, and then Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to agree there. Yes, when I look at the comments section and those the options here in the comments section, I find that's laid out a little bit better, and I think people can understand that that better than the way it is in the formatted in the survey question. So I would agree with Steve that and you, Pam, there that you know, if it could just be laid out a little bit better, maybe more so like the comments section, then that would be good. Yeah. So otherwise, I think it's great, and I'm looking forward to some of the responses that we get. Thank you. Thank you,
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I think it's a great report. Welcome the options, and as CEO states, if you go to page 2, it explains it right there for us, and that's exactly how we explain it to the public. And there's no confusion there whatsoever. So I don't think we'll have that problem at all. And I welcome the I just welcome the comments that hopefully we're going to receive.
Fair enough. I look forward to it as well. Deputy Mayor Burton again.
Once again, Steve, you educated me. I learned something from you again.
Oh, we're going to miss Steve Sage, aren't we? For sure. We get educated. Okay, Councillor Broderick's next, and then Councillor Neighbors.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excellent report, Pam. I like it the way it's laid out. Yeah, the comment section explains it all. I like it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamers, have you got a comment or question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, going through the report, page through to page about 8 explains pretty near all of it. And then when you get down, I'm trying to figure out the 2 different maps that you have. Those maps are a little harder to try to figure out.
Pam, would you be able to share that portion of the report, just the maps, so people have got a visual? And by the way, would the maps be something that would be part of the survey? Will people be able to actually see them?
Yeah, so we have to, so it'd only be the one map, Your Worship, that we'd be able to share, because that's the one that we're looking for comments on. Sorry, just bear with me for one moment here.
I put you on the spot there.
No, it's okay.
Councillor Lamers, you made a good point, though. You know, we need to look at the entire report and hope that the public receive that information in the survey, and then, you know, we'll task our staff to assemble information from the surveys as well as comments, and there'll be another report, and then this council will have an opportunity to vote on it, and we'll decide if there's changes going to happen or not. So, you ready, Pam?
Yeah, just one moment here.
Sure, no problem.
Sorry, I live in the country now, so my internet's not as fast.
Have to talk to our friends in Springwater Township about the SWIFT program out there.
Yeah. Okay, so sharing my screen now. So everybody can see this. So this is the 5-ward option that is really the only one that would work with the current development numbers. The mayor can speak further to that, but
just a bit, Pam, can you slide it down the screen?
Sure. But when we looked at the current developments that are proposed or pending, or actually are in construction in Clearview Township, This is really the only scenario that was produced from the 2013 study that would work out well, because the thing with the wards is that you have to make sure they don't have to be exactly the same number of electors in each ward, but they have to be generally close, because you can't have one ward underrepresented and one overrepresented. So it's really a balancing act, and it's never a perfect science, but we try to map together like-minded communities, and that's what the consultants did in 2013, and we feel this is the best representation of a 5-ward option moving forward. So this would be for a 7-member council, electing 5 councillors, 1 in each of the 5 wards, with the deputy mayor and the mayor.
Okay, thank you for that.
Can I just jump in for a second there?
Ashley, thank you, Mayor. I'm glad you're still here. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Actually, I think it was, to the clerk, I think it was actually 5A, because we had to split Stayner in half because the growth in Stayner was so substantial.
My apologies, so let me just share this one then. Oops.
How far in the future were you doing this? Because you got growth going in Creemore too, and it seems to have a pretty big boundary.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to address that. So if you go to the chart that I created on the Ward 5A and the, on the 5A option and the 5B option, you can see that what we did initially is we started with the 2013 numbers from Watson, and then we extrapolated basically with based on the building permit records for the different areas to 2018 and then to 2020. And then we, based on what we know as to what we anticipate the growth is going to be in the different communities, in the different areas, even in the different areas of Stayner and so on, we forecasted forward to 2022 and then to 2026 and to 2026. And although there's certainly going to be some growth in Creemore, the growth in Creemore is limited to a degree by not only the boundary of Creemore, but also the sewage treatment plant because of the loading of the river there. So the best opportunity for substantial growth for the township is in Stayner. And so that's why Stayner needs to be divided in half, as you can see on the screen here on option 5A. Because we have so much growth that's anticipated in Stayner. So if you look, if I look, for instance, if I go take us to the 2026 forecast, Ward 1 would have 3,744, Ward 2 would have 4,125 persons, Ward 3 would have 3,602, Ward 4 would have 4,591, and Ward 5 would have 3,118. So they're all actually quite close. Whereas if we kept Stayner as one ward in 2026, it would have 7,000 and Ward 4 would have only 1,200, which is a substantial difference between the two wards. So the option 5A is the one that we anticipate would be the best. Now, if something goes completely awry, and you find that this forecast is not working reasonably well, then of course council could always relook at that sometime down the future. But I'm confident that this is the best forecast that we can give you with the information that we have today. And even to 2030, so 10 years from now, would still hold well for council if you were doing a 5-ward system, that is, of course.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that, and it's part of the report, so we can all look back at it if we wish. All right, is there anybody else with any further questions or comments? Yes, Mr. McKechnie again.
Just one last comment. Thank you, Your Worship. So Pam and Mara, would you consider, like when you look at the survey there, I'm looking here at item number 4 in the survey, says, do you favor electing councillors by ward or at large? And then A is by ward and B is at large. So let's say someone selects A by ward, and then you could say, if you selected A by ward, go to section 5A, and then only give them the options for the ward options in 5A, which would be a 5-ward option or maintaining the current ward system. And then if in section 4, if they selected B at large, say, okay, if you selected B at large, go to section 5B, which would just be, then give them options of only the 5 members elected at large or the 7 members elected at large. Don't know if I explained that very well, but just wondering if you would consider breaking it down like that on the survey. But I don't need an answer right now. I'm just throwing it out there as a bit of a suggestion. So anyway, that's that may make it more confusing, but to me it makes it a little bit simpler. But once again, like my wife says,
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKechnie. Yes, Pam, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for that feedback, Councillor McKechnie. I think what we hope to accomplish with the survey is to really gather each elector's input. So they may like the at-large system, but they may also be willing to consider a ward system if it was, a certain number. So that's why we put together the survey the way we did, because it might be difficult for people to follow as well too, saying if this is how it is, then go down to here. We really just kind of wanted to ask just a couple specific questions just to gather their feedback, but we didn't want to limit them from, they might favor 2 different systems that are completely opposite. So we just wanted to make sure that we were gathering all of their input when it came to the survey.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else? Councillor Patterson's not here. I'm not sure if Tom had anything to submit.
I read it. I loved it.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Thank you for that. Pam, I do have one question about the timeline that you put on it as in February 28th. Would you suggest that only the 2 months would be enough to garner the input that we want or we're hoping? And my only thought on this is that obviously it's anticipated it's going to be a really difficult couple of weeks forward from now in regards to COVID. And I think that our recovery period as we roll out vaccines could change and we could see higher numbers. So I'm wondering if you feel comfortable if we ask to move this to March 31st, to add an extra month to give it the first quarter of the year? Or do you think that we need to do this in a shorter period of time? What's your input on that?
Well, certainly, I think delaying it by a month is not the end of the world. Council just has to have the expectation, and the public has to have the expectation that a decision most likely won't be forthcoming until April and May of next year with the extended timeline. It sounds like we still have a little bit of work to do, maybe to clarify a couple points in the video, that sort of thing. So realistically, with the Christmas break ahead of us and depending on Drew's schedule, we may not be able to get it out until the 2nd week of January as well too. So extending it is not the end of the world. And just as long as everyone has the same expectation moving forward as to when when council will be have this in front of you for your consideration.
Certainly, I would hope that we'd have it by the end of May. I would hope that this council will have a motion in front of it in May. That's where I would hope we would do. And that way we clearly communicate with the public what the decision of council is, and it could be appealed like any other crazy decision. Connie, you were shaking your head as I was bringing that forward. Are you gonna say something on that? And then I'll go to Councillor Janine afterwards.
Oh, gee, I didn't think you saw me.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I didn't want to extend it. I thought maybe if we dragged it out too long, people wouldn't answer it until the last minute. And that is always so frustrating. But if Pam's okay with it, I'm always okay with what Pam's okay with. So I'm good.
Okay, I appreciate that. Councillor Janine, go ahead.
I'm not familiar with how things can get out, but the tax bills for the first of the year, when do they go out to all the residents?
First
When
of
do
the
you mail those out?
first of the tax bills. Kelly, when's that happen?
Your worship, through to Councillor Deneen, those usually go out. First installments due March 24th, 25th. So those will go out at February. The way our tax bills are set up, we can put inserts in them, but it's not an easy task.
Or just a reminder to look for that, and that we're asking for that information, and have it due about the same time as the taxes are due, because a lot of the older people, if they're able, will come into the township for payment of their taxes in March, and then they would be able to hand that back in if they wanted to do that directly or ask questions at that time. It's just a thought.
Or actually fill out a form right here in person. That's the other thing you could do. Steve, you were there and then disappeared, so I'm going to defer over to the clerk. Pam.
Yeah, so through His Worship to Councillor Deneen, we can look at different options for how best to communicate with people. I mean, everything's on the table, including taking out a full page in both the papers and putting the survey right in there with where the drop-off sites are. So, you know, there's lots of possibilities for us to get public comment. And if members of council that were involved in the 2013 ward boundary review remember, we had over 200 people from this community that came out to public meetings. Yeah. It was so amazing, the public participation in this community, that the consultant didn't believe me when I said there was going to be full house, and actually took pictures at the first public meeting in Ottawa because he couldn't believe that there was so many people out. So people really do care about how members of council are elected and how they're represented in this community. So I know for sure that we are going to get an outpouring of comments about this this project, and to garner some public input. But Councillor Deneen is right. We do need to make sure that we're reaching everyone in our community, so everyone has the opportunity to participate in this important project.
All right, I'm prepared to wrap this up unless anybody else got anything final. Good report, Pam. People are giving you accolades. You certainly deserve it. It's I know elections are a passion for you, and I appreciate that you're taking steps to make this one even more successful than ever. So good job. Members of council, we've got a mover and seconder on the floor. If I see nothing further, I'm prepared to call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Any opposed? No? Okay, good. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, good luck with that. And I'm sure that you can update us if you're having delay problems, and you can adjust it as necessary. Thank you very much. Wow. Okay, guys, it is almost 20 after. We got a bunch of bylaws to rip through here. So how about I get through these? Ready, council? Bylaw 20-79, zoning bylaw amendment for 121 Mary Street. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 20-79 being a zoning bylaw amendment to lands located at 121 Mary Street, Creemore, be presented over the first, second, and third time. Finally passed on this 14th day of December 2020. Mover and seconder looks like Patterson, Broderick, and a request to speak already. Okay, let's go. Lamers and then Walker. Go ahead.
You missed Clearview COVID-19 assistance funds.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Recommendation be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Clearview hereby one, receive LS 018-2020 Clearview COVID-19 Community Assistance Fund report for information. And item 2, that applications received for the COVID-19 Community Assistance Fund be approved as follows. The Stainer Granite Club, $750. Musicians Christmas, $250. Mover, that'd be the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Leishman. Any questions or comments? Yes, Mr. McKechnie?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't want to ask who this is going to assist because that's none of my business. However, the COVID-19 Community Assistance Fund is designed to assist the vulnerable in our community. I'd like Councillor Leishman or Deputy Mayor Burton just to reassure me that this money is going to through these groups to the vulnerable in our community. You know, and that it's not staying with these groups. It's got to go through these groups to someone that needs it in our community.
Fair enough. Deputy Mayor Burton, could you help the councillor out?
Actually, I was going to pass it off to Councillor Leishman to comment on it. Yes, but it's also to help some of the community groups as well. I know the Christmas musicians one is there's they do charity stuff and they do stuff like at Christmas and do some fundraising and stuff like that. So that's why that one was about. And the Stainer Granite Club, Councillor Leishman can maybe respond to that one.
Councillor Leishman, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, Stainer Granite Club needed some PPE so that they can actually have the club open so people can actually use it. Now, I'm sure that will be delayed now we're in the red. Unless, of course, they want to put a couple of rinks on and then just have the 10 people in the building as we're allowed to do. So that's what that is for. But I honestly believe that the Stainer Granite Club, if they're not going to use the 750, they won't accept it. But that they did ask for it at the time when we were in yellow or orange, I'm not sure. But we would have had more members on the ice then. So now I'm not sure how many, they wouldn't have that many members, but they still have to have the PPE if they want to get anybody on the ice. So that's why it's COVID. And no, they're not vulnerable, but they are vulnerable if they don't get their PPE. So.
That makes sense. I just want to speak briefly, Councillor McKechnie, on the Christmas, Musicians Christmas. That is directly in support of the Calling of General Marine Hospital Foundation. The musicians donate their time to do this fundraising every year. Some years they direct it to the Salvation Army. This year it's going directly to the foundation work that's going on at the hospital. So Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
So I don't want to be a Grinch here, but I mean, the idea behind this fund, and it says it right on our website, is to help the most vulnerable in our community. And it's supposed to be flowed through an organization such as a church, such as a service club. And, you know, in these COVID times, we have families that are finding it difficult to put food on the table. And that's who that I think this money should go towards, are those families. And I would hate to see this fund being used up, you know, for the Stainer Granite Club or the musicians group, and then all of a sudden have someone come to us and say, well, you know, my husband's lost his job or my wife's lost his job. I got 5 kids and, you know, I'm really finding it tough to make ends meet. And we say, well, sorry, but we got no more money. So I don't want to be a Grinch here, but I just don't think that this was what the fund was, you know, designed for. And matter of fact, wasn't some of this money for this fund, it was private money, and we just matched it as a community. And so, you know, and I think the people that donated privately, I think that they would be disappointed if we don't follow the rules when we're handing this money out. Anyway, just my opinion. I don't want to be a Grinch. I'm sure they're both worthwhile causes, but I think we've strayed a little bit from what the intention of the fund was. That's all.
Oh, Councillor McKechnie, absolutely, no doubt. The requests that came in were very, very limited indeed for this entire fund. The whole thing was started. Councillor Patterson, you wanted to speak? Go ahead.
Yeah, as the author of the fund, it was clearly to, as we're saying, to offer support to our community. And the reference to groups was not to help themselves, but to help the community. So flow through, as we're saying. So Stainer Granite Club, from the way it was described, is marginal at best.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Burton and Councillor Leishman.
Part of it is helping the community, and part of it is keeping the community health and the mental health. And we just thought at the time, and there wasn't a lot of applications, and they had requested the money for their PPEs. So we felt that it was appropriate to help support the health, the physical health, the mental health, and so that people could continue. And a lot of them are seniors that are involved in that, and we felt it appropriate to help them with the purchase of their PPE equipment.
Councillor Leishman, I believe you're one more. Is that right?
No, I don't want to prolong this, but if you remember, we actually gave money to the Creemore market for their PPE and for their safety concerns. So we've already set this precedent, so I'm okay with it. We did have a good discussion about it, but we did go ahead and say yes. So we do have quite a bit of money in that still. I would like to hear from some church groups actually that are representing some vulnerable people. That would be nice. I've heard rumblings that we're supposed to be getting some, but I have not seen any. So.
Which, by the way, speaks to exactly what Councillor Patterson did when he authored this report, that we haven't heard from those organizations, which I thought we would have too. So it would have been, anyway. Councillor Patterson, you want to speak one more time?
Well, not to be, not to make a mistake on this, can we vote on them separately? And my suggestion would be to vote on them separately and to ask the Stainer Granite Club to comment on the comments we're making. Maybe we're missing something.
Councillor
I would
Leishman.
prefer Stainer and vote for the munitions Christmas.
So we can vote on them separately. I got no problem doing that at all, and I'm sure the clerk's department can do that. I just wondered if Brenda or Barry or Connie, do you recall the actual ask? You have the information right in front of you. Brenda, do you have that ask that the Granite Club brought?
Sorry, what's your question, Doug? Mayor Measures?
Yeah, the ask. No, that's all right, Brenda. The ask that was made by the Stainer Granite Club. Do you have that information? A request?
Well, it was for $750, and it was to cover their PPE.
Okay, well that's
yep.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. I agree with Councillor Patterson. Let's vote on them separately. Madam Clerk, we'll vote on item 2A, which will be the Stainer Granite Club first. Okay, Madam Clerk, you understand? So Council, we've got a mover and seconder. You've seen the item. Okay, Tom, go ahead.
Sorry, just a clarification. Don't know if we have to say yes or no to the Granite Club. It sounds to me like we should pass on our concerns and see if we're missing something. I could say no, and is that the end of it for them?
What would you like to do, Tom? You started this this whole.
If we say no, they can always reapply.
Who would you recommend?
I just said it. I said I would defer, explain to them that we need more information and go forward that way.
Hey, Councillor Walker's next.
Thank you, Your Worship. All I want to say is if we've already, through the grant process, given money for other community groups for PPE, then this is no different request than the others we've already approved. So let's move forward with this vote.
All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
I was just going to echo Councillor Walker's comments. If you've already set the precedent, then I think you've already set the precedent and you need to go forward with this. If council is concerned, though, about maybe including this as part of the criteria or not, or maybe you want to clearly define it better in the future, there are some guidelines that have been established for the COVID fund, and should it continue into 2021, maybe at that time council could ask the deputy clerk to bring forward a report to reiterate things a little bit differently for the guidelines for this program.
Fair enough. Council, I would like to draw this to a conclusion. I'm going to support Tom's motion on separating them. And if Tom is asking for a deferral, he can do that, or he can vote on it now. Anything further? Then I'm going to ask that we call the motion.
on granting the Stainer Granite Club $750 from the COVID fund as outlined in the report. Those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion will carry. Second motion is the same motion with item 2B, which will be granting $250 to the Musicians Christmas as outlined in the report.
20 minutes on $1,000.
Hang on a second there, Brenda. We got you copied here. Ready? Stand by. Members of council, we have a motion for item 2B, and I'll call it as the same mover and seconder, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Leishman. All those in favor? Any opposed? Noted, and thank you. Motion will carry. Thank you, council, for that good discussion. All right. Madam Clerk, would you bring forward a motion? It'll be moved.
Councillor Deneen has her card up, Your Worship. Councillor Deneen has her card.
Councillor Deneen has got a card up.
Just making mention it was 9:31.
No problem. I was just going to say to Madam Clerk, if she could make a motion, moved by Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor McKechnie, that this council will continue our meeting past 9:30. All those in favor? Councillor Deneen's voting here. All right, that motion carries. I apologize, council. We're doing the best we can here. It is a long meeting, okay? I said that at the beginning. Okay, folks, we are at bylaws, so I just have a couple pages of bylaws, and then we're good. Okay, I haven't missed anything. Bylaw, zoning bylaw amendment for 121 Mary Street. Recommendation be it resolved, bylaw number 20-79 being a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 121 Mary Street, Creemore. Be presented and read a first, second, and third time. Finally passed on this 14th day of December 2020. Mover and seconder on the bylaw. Tom Patterson, Deputy Mayor Burton. All those in favor? Motion or the bylaw carries. Bylaw 2083 regarding 7880 34 Side Road. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2083 being a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 2780 34 Side Road be presented and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed this 14th day of December 2020. Can I have a mover and seconder on the bylaw? Councillor Leishman, Councillor Broderick. Councillor, you've heard the bylaw. All those in favor? Those opposed? The bylaw carries. Council, item number 20-83. It's regarding Mowat Street North Sanitary Servicing. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw number 20-86 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 1542, the Stainer Mowat Street North Sanitary Servicing bylaw, be presented and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed on this 14th day of December 2020. Can I have a mover and seconder on that one? That'd be Lamers and Walker. Councillor Lamers, Councillor Walker. Councillor, you've heard the bylaw. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And the bylaw carries. Thank you. 2087 to authorize voting and vote counting equipment, alternate voting methods for the 2022 municipal and school board election. All right. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw number 20-87 being a bylaw to authorize voting and vote counting equipment, alternative voting methods, internet and telephone for the 2022 municipal and school board election be presented and read a first, second, and third time and finally pass on this 14th day of December 2020. A mover and seconder on this bylaw. Deneen, Broderick. You've heard the bylaw, council. Any concerns? And I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And the bylaw carries. Thank you. Madam Clerk, you must be happy. Item 20-89, DCA early payment and top-up contribution agreement. This is regards to the Estates of Clearview and McPherson Builders Stainer. Mike is with us if you have any questions. Before I read the bylaw, Mike, do you have anything you'd like to add to commentary for this long negotiation that we've been under? Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to point out, so 2089, 2090, and the one couple of meetings ago, the three developers, so this particular McPherson Builders and their partner with Estates of Clearview. The next one coming up is Manortown Estates, and then of course the The previous one was from Ashton Meadows. These developers have not only prepaid their water DCs, but they front-ended enough money that we can proceed to design all the permitting right up until tender stage for the water supply for Stayner. So we're getting pretty close to $5 million from these developers before they even break ground. That's important. Also important is we asked all the developers in Stayner to participate. All the developers with subdivisions, not site plans. And these are the 3 that came to the table. The other ones declined. They will probably participate in the future, but these are the ones getting the water supply for the next potentially 2.5 to 3 years. And then we still need to fund the rest of the pipe work. I do want to say, you know, don't get a chance here. Mr. Sage was key in bringing these developers together. He'll not take credit for it. He'll, you know, say Mike did this and that, but when it came down to it, he brought them all into the room. So I want to say thank you. I don't get a chance to thank him publicly for his 30+ years of service. You know, the role he's played it has been a thankless job at times, but he's done a fantastic job, and we owe him a lot of gratitude. So that's all I got.
Thank you very much for that reference and that background, Mike. Right on, Steve. You know, it's so true. Council, I can tell you, I've observed Steve work with these developers and continually bring forward a consistent message that we need them to work together. And that's been a really good message that Steve's been leading, and our staff have been appreciating that too. So well done. Thank you, folks. Let's read this bylaw. Okay, where am I? Here we are. Okay. Estates of Clearview, McPherson Homes. Okay, recommendation be it resolved the bylaw 20-89 being a development charge, early payment, and top-up contribution agreement with Estates of Clearview, Inc. and McPherson Builders, Stayner Limited, be presented and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed on the 14th of December, 2020. Can I have a mover and seconder on that important motion? That'd be the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Walker. Thank you, folks. You've heard the motion and you've heard the discussion. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And any opposed? And the bylaw carries. Thank you very much. The next one is 2090, which is in the same category as the previous one. This is a DCA early payment top-up agreement with Manor Town Homes. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2089. Oh, okay, we got a little typo there, Brenda. We're going to check that. It's 2090. Be it resolved that bylaw 2090, being a development charge, early payment, and top-up contribution agreement with Manor Town Homes, Inc., be presented and read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed this 14th day of December 2020. And I have a mover and seconder on that important agreement. That'll be Deneen and Walker. Deneen and Walker. So, Council, you've heard this discussion. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion there, that bylaw carries. Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our developers and our development community who are working with us as partners and working with each other in our community. So we look forward to the exciting future in Stayner. Okay, guys. Now we have an amend bylaw 1965. It's an on-desk amendment appointment bylaw, which I have here on my desk somewhere because I spoke to it earlier. Here it is. This is bylaw number 20-91. This is amending a bylaw. So I will read the amendment and then I'll make the announcement. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw number 20-91 being a bylaw to amend the appointment bylaw number 1965 and be presented and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed on this 14th day of December 2020. If this bylaw passes, we would like to appoint Jennifer Yake to the Creemore BIA. Can I have a mover and seconder on that motion? That'll be Mr. McKechnie and Mr. Lamers. Mr. McKechnie, Mr. Lamers. And so I will call the bylaw. All those in favor? And thank you. The bylaw carries. Congratulations to Jennifer, and thank you for volunteering in the community. Okay, Council, I'm on page 8. Page 8 of our bylaw, of our agenda says notice of motion, new business.
Page 8 has number 14, which is the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of this council meeting. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw number 20-88, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the December 14, 2020 council meeting, be presented and read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed on this 14th day of December 2020. I have a mover and seconder on that important bylaw. Mr. McKechnie, Mr. Deputy Mayor, any comments? Good, you heard the bylaw. All those in favor? That bylaw carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn. Mr. Sage. Mr. Sage, would you like to make the motion to adjourn? Be resolved that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:41 p.m. Steve, would you like to make the motion?
I can't make the motion, but it would be a good idea.
Fair enough. Mr. Walker, Mr. Burton, would you move and second that? Mr. Sage, call it, please.
This meeting's adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Congratulations, Steve. Good luck.
Yep.
Merry Christmas, all.
Merry